stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 15 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community and by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From the campus of Penn State University, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Medler Field at Lebrano Park in State College, it's Game 2 of the series between the 5-11 Penn State Nittany Lions and the 11-6 Iowa Hawkeyes. Good afternoon. Welcome to the broadcast booth in State College. I'm the voice of Iowa baseball, John Leo. Response day for the Hawkeyes after getting out of the gate pretty slow yesterday, losing the opener 11-6. Just one of those days that Iowa got down early and really struggled to generate anything positive in any stage, any facet of the game. The overarching message on the bus last night was to flush that one, the entire deal, and get ready for today. And so it's expected to see an inspired effort from this Hawkeye bunch that knows that it's much better than the outcome of yesterday's game. Coach Heler very proud of the fight in the last couple of innings, and even during the 8th and the 9th left a few opportunities on the table. It was the starting pitching for Penn State yesterday that carried the Nittany Lions after they got out to an early 5-0 lead and never looked back. But Iowa showed signs of life late, and maybe some promise heading in the rest of the weekend. Certainly some promise heading into the rest of the weekend as we get set for Game 2 today. Logan Rundy will get the Saturday start for the Hawkeyes. He'll look to pick up where he's left off in recent weeks following an injury. We'll see if he's back to full speed health-wise and if he'll get the full leash or if he'll have the pitch count implemented as he has had the last few weeks since his return from injury. West Virginia transfer Ben Hudson, he'll go for the Nittany Lions today. It's another cold and windy afternoon, but at least the sun is shining today. That's different than yesterday. Yesterday, very cloudy and overcast day with rain in the area. Today, no signs of that. The sun shining brightly. Very few clouds in the sky today, but it is cold. It is windy. The wind is whipping out of here straight over our heads in the press box and through to center. So wind will carry out to center today in State College. It's the Nittany Lions and the Hawkeyes. It's Penn State and Iowa, live from Medler Field at Lebrano Park in the shadow of Beaver Stadium, the football stadium for Penn State under construction, getting a remodel to their football stadium as they go into a new era of football with head coach Matt Campbell at the helm there, the former Iowa State football coach. He's out here now coaching Penn State football. So we're out in kind of an athletic complex. The basketball arena is nearby and the football stadium just behind us here with other athletic facilities around the area. Pretty good location outside of town. We're staying downtown State College, and this is on the outskirts of town here at Medler Field at Lebrano Park outside of State College. Nice setting, good scene for college baseball. All right, Penn State raced out to a 5-0 lead yesterday. Iowa could not recover, and despite a late rally, the Hawkeyes dropped the opener yesterday 11-6. Let's relive some of the late highlights. Next pitch from Frost is lined to Caleb Wolf, who leaps up and makes the catch. So Mercado yanked one down the first baseline, and Wolf was there, leaping up and making the grab. 2-0 is hit well to right, though. Strohmeyer going back. He's at the track, and he twists and turns, and he caught it right in front of the wall. That's Brett White. Brett White makes that play in right. 2 singles and a walk in this inning for the Hawks, but down by 9 in the 8th. Counts 0-1. The pitch way high. Got by the catcher all the way to the backstop, and Olivo will come down and score. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Wolf. Next pitch. Caleb lines into center field for a base hit. Mitchell comes down the line, he'll score, and they'll hold Brett White at third. Ground ball right side through into right field. Phelps is on, he brings in White, and Iowa chipping away. It's 9-3. As Brett White cranks one deep to center, Mercado running back, he looks up and it's over his head and off the wall. One run is in. They're going to send Mitchell around. Here come two Hawkeyes to score as Brett White delivers a 2 RBI double off the center field wall and cuts into the Penn State lead 11-5. He destroyed that. Here's Caleb Wolf. He swings at the first pitch, blooped it into left field for a base hit. They'll hold White at third. 1-out single from Caleb Wolf. Still down 0-2. Here's the pitch. Line drive into center, base hit. Here comes White. He scores from third. RBI single from Bryce Phelps. It's 11-6. That's how the game would finish. Iowa's rally fizzled after a couple innings sprint there. Penn State out 9-0, and then the Hawkeyes chipped away, ultimately fell 11-6. A lot of those names that you heard during that highlight segment, Bryce Phelps, Brett White, in the starting lineup today. They've earned some time, and we'll give some rest to Mitch Wood and Kellen Strohmeyer today as Phelps and White are in the lineup. This will be Brett White's first start as a Hawkeye. He'll play right field. We'll get you the starting lineups in the first pitch, much closer to first pitch, coming up at 2 o'clock local time in the next 20 minutes or so. All right, we'll take our first pregame break. We'll be back with a bit more of a conference breakdown, and we'll look at the pitching matchup between Ben Hudson and Logan Rundy today when we return on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hey Hawks, this is Coach Ben McCullum inviting you to join me for Hawk Talk live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency. We'll talk Hawkeye hoops, answer any of your questions, and get a behind-the-scenes look at Iowa men's basketball. If you can't make it there, check out the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com to listen. Go Hawks.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Scoreboard Update is brought to you by Community Choice Credit Union. Does your bank treat you right? Tell them no bank you and become an unbanker at Community Choice. Recap from yesterday's games as Big Ten play took off in earnest yesterday with another weekend series. Some results from yesterday we didn't get to in time. Illinois walked off Minnesota in Champaign 2-1 in 10 innings. Purdue put a ton of runs on the board late and beat Maryland in College Park 16-5. The Boilers out to an 11-5 record this season. Nebraska held off Maine 6-5 in Lincoln. USC run-ruled Northwestern 15-1. Oregon and Indiana played a great game in Eugene. The Ducks won it 3-2. Rutgers beat Michigan State and Piscataway 9-4. Michigan got out to an early lead at number 1 UCLA, but it was UCLA that stormed back to win their opener 10-5 over the Wolverines. And a back-and-forth game, Ohio State 10, Washington 9 in 10 innings in Seattle. Today there are a lot of doubleheaders going on because of the impacted weather, the Midwest being impacted by weather coming up on Sunday, tomorrow. And so a lot of doubleheaders. The only game in action right now, USC and Northwestern in Evanston. They're underway and well underway in Evanston. In the 7th inning, USC leading 1-0. No surprise there, USC and their outstanding pitching staff holding another team scoreless late in the game. 1-0 USC leads Northwestern. They'll play later on today. Minnesota and Illinois coming up at 2 o'clock. Purdue and Maryland also at 2 o'clock. These are Eastern times. Maine and Nebraska will go at 2. Michigan State and Rutgers coming up at 2. The other doubleheaders, Minnesota, Illinois, Maine, Nebraska. They will wrap up their series today, a day early, because the Midwest can get slammed by what sounds like blizzard conditions. We'll have some fun trying to get home from State College for that one. I know that tomorrow and Monday might be interesting for us, but we'll see whichever way the travel takes us, I suppose. Michigan and UCLA will go tonight at 5 Eastern. Indiana and Oregon again right after 5, and then very late out in Seattle, Ohio State and Washington. Before we switch to today's pitching matchup, a quick look at the standings in the Big Ten. USC and UCLA tied at the top, 4-0 in the Big Ten. USC undefeated, 18-0. UCLA 15-2 overall. Nebraska, after starting the season 5-5, they've ripped off 7 wins in a row. The Huskers are 3-0 in the Big Ten after sweeping Michigan State last weekend and are now 12-5 overall. Oregon 3-1 in the league, 15-3 overall. They're in 4th. And then a lot of teams just kind of getting underway. Rutgers and Penn State tied for 5th. Purdue and Washington tied for 7th at 2-2. Minnesota, Maryland, Michigan, Northwestern, and Iowa all dropped their openers yesterday. And then tied for 14th, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio State at 1-3. Michigan State, who is Iowa's opponent next weekend in East Lansing, off to a slow start, 0-4 in the Big Ten. All right, as we look at today's pitching matchup, Ben Hudson is the starter for Penn State. Right-handed sophomore, spent his freshman year at West Virginia, stands at 6'2" from Medford, New Jersey. And he throws from the right side. At West Virginia, he pitched in 18 games. He did make a start. And West Virginia was a super regional team a season ago. Hudson had a 3-1 record with a 3.95 ERA at West Virginia. 27 1/3 innings pitched, had 30 strikeouts, but was a bullpen arm for the Mountaineers. And now he'll come in to a starter role for Penn State today, where he's got a 1-3 record through 4 starts, a 7.36 ERA. He has 18 1/3 innings pitched, 18 hits allowed, 17 runs, 15 of them earned, struck out 17 batters. He's walked 7. He's hit 5 guys and thrown 1 wild pitch, a 254 batting average against. And as we look at his starts throughout the season, he started against Grand Canyon, his first start of the year. Got the win, a 9-3 victory over the Lopes. Went 5 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 run, only walked 1 and struck out 6. So a pretty good outing for Hudson against Grand Canyon out in Arizona. Then at Richmond, got the loss, a 3-0 defeat to the Spiders. He went 4 innings, gave up 3 hits, an earned run. He walked 2, struck out 4. At Indiana State, against Indiana State down in the Bahamas, and he's had some tough luck, a 2-1 loss to the Sycamores in his start, where he went 7 2/3, season high, 6 hits, 2 runs. He only walked 1 and struck out 7 Sycamores. So although he got the win against Grand Canyon, his start against Indiana State was more impressive in my opinion. 7 2/3, 6 hits, didn't get much run support that day and lost the game 2-1. And then an outlier, I think it's fair to say, at Texas Tech. The Red Raiders were winners in that game, 21-6. And Hudson did not make it through the second inning. He went an inning and 2/3, 7 hits allowed, 11 runs, 3 walks, did not have a strikeout. So I think fair to say that, it is on his stat sheet, it is on his line and his record, but Texas Tech, pretty tough place to play with the wind the way it blows in Lubbock. It is windy here at Medler Field in State College, so we'll see how that plays into a factor today. But a 1-3 record, but, man, 2 really tough luck losses with no run support at all. In his starts against Richmond and Indiana State, a combined 1 run scored by his offense and 5 runs allowed in those games that he pitched in. 3-0 loss to Richmond and a 2-1 loss to Indiana State. So Hudson goes for Penn State. And he's got a fastball that runs upper 80s and maybe low 90s. He likes to work the curveball in the game. He'll try to establish the slider first and mixes in a changeup every now and again. But the Hawkeyes had a good scout on him today, so we'll see if Iowa can execute the plan against the starting pitcher for Penn State today, something that Iowa struggled with yesterday as Fitzgerald went 7+, struck out 7, walked 4, gave up 3 runs, and Iowa just could not solve him or bang him around enough to get to the bullpen, which is the key once again today for Iowa's offense, to get to that bullpen of Penn State. Logan Rundy starts for Iowa. He's a right-handed fifth-year grad senior looking for his first win, his first decision, but we're obviously hoping for a win for Rundy today. 3.29 ERA in 4 starts, 13 2/3 innings pitched. He's been unable to go deep into games, largely due to injury that he sustained at Florida Atlantic, and then he's been on a pitch count pretty much ever since. So 13 2/3 innings pitched for Rundy in 4 starts. 15 hits allowed, only 5 earned runs. He struck out 15 and walked 1. We saw Jaron Bleeker with a great strikeout-to-walk ratio yesterday coming into the game, but really struggled to get going right away. We'll see if Rundy can pound the strike zone against this Penn State lineup today. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, right after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Go for the big Honda savings at your local Honda dealer. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are in stock and on sale. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. And KBB.com's Best Value and Performance brand. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Game 2 of the series between the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Iowa Hawkeyes. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler. Coach, a tough opener to the series yesterday.
Yeah, it was it was about as bad as it could be for 7 innings, Don. I mean, we got a really bad start out of Bleecker. He just, for whatever reason, did not have it. Tons of free bases, 2 home runs, and we're down 5 runs in the first inning. And unfortunately, on a cold, blustery day, you needed some free bases to help you out. And their pitcher, he did a really good job. Pitched the best game he's pitched this year. Give him a 5-run lead, and he pounded his own. Didn't give us hardly anything. We only had one leadoff guy on the first 7 innings, and unfortunately let him stay in the game till the 8th. But after he came out, I was really happy that the only positive yesterday was that we let him know that we weren't going to just walk away. I mean, we fought back, and really we had some bad at-bats in the middle of the lineup in the 8th and 9th inning. We get a couple good at-bats. We're making things interesting with how we had it going in the 8th and 9th. But didn't happen. We got beat. We made mistakes defensively. It was just a really crappy day in the first 7 innings. Another couple positives. I thought Cole Moore came in and did a nice job in a tough spot, and then Roland Frost was really good. And slowed the game down for us in the late innings. And after the first inning, they really didn't hit a ball hard. Now they had quite a few hits. It was one of those days where all their ground balls, they found holes, and that happens sometimes. The law of averages, and they had 7 ground ball hits after the first inning, and but didn't really do a lot of damage or hit the ball hard. But it is what it is. You hate to have that happen, and I have no idea why it did. But on Friday you get a start like that, it makes it really difficult.
It felt like it was the first time this year that just never really got out of the gates. What's kind of the messaging or the conversations during the game when you get off to a slow start like that with the guys?
For us, it's just keep playing, because you never know. We feel like we can come back against anybody. It was just, he pitched good. I mean, that's all I can say is we hit some balls hard, hit into some bad luck. We just need to get a couple leadoff guys on and stress him a little bit, but we didn't stress him at all, and he was able to stay in the windup for the majority of the game, and he did a really nice job. He had good stuff yesterday, and he located well, and made pitches when he had to, and he stayed in the game till the 8th inning. It was a pretty impressive outing by him. I'd like to think we could have figured something out, but we didn't yesterday. But they did keep playing. We didn't quit. We just kept playing, and ended up scoring 6 runs and had runners on, line drive caught. Unfortunately, strikeout or pop up with runners in scoring position that would have got that game close.
You and Coach Sutherland were spot on in yesterday's scout, and a lot of the same messaging today, so I sense that it's the theme of the weekend. Get the starter out, get to the bullpen, because we can really take advantage of their bullpen. Is that right, Coach?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But, we did about as poor a job as we possibly could doing that yesterday. So, you have to tip your cap to him, too. It's crazy, Don, because the pitcher has such an advantage on the cold days like we're playing in. He's the only one warm, and you throw hard like he did, not a lot of guys really want to hit when it's freezing cold and their hands are cold. That guy, if he goes out with the right mindset, he can dominate on cold days. And that kid did it. He's from Maine. He transferred from Maine. He's played in 1 million cold games, and he did a nice job. Unfortunately, we did not.
Logan Rundy will go for you today, Coach. Opportunity for him to embrace this cold weather and go out and dominate, right?
Well, yeah, and we talked about it last week. It was the first cold game he had pitched since junior college last Saturday, and he handled it pretty well. Today the wind is different. It's blowing out to right field, but it's blowing hard. The only positive to that is, Penn State plays in the stadium, so at least in the infield, you don't feel it much, the wind. Outfield, you're going to feel it. But the infielders, the pitcher, you're not going to feel it as bad as they did yesterday with the direction that it's blowing. But you get a ball up today to right field, and it's going to sail.
In terms of the bullpen, Coach, still quite a few of your premier bullpen arms are out there.
No, we did that's the other thing about the game yesterday. You're not going to go when you're down 5 in the first inning. You're not going to use any of your guys that are the high leverage guys. When you're down 5, you're hoping you score some, then you can go to them. But the guys yesterday did a pretty good job. Probably left Gannon Archer out a little too long, but he gave at the beginning it was good, and that's the way it goes. But we got everybody that we would have used yesterday if the game was close available today.
Offensively, Coach, I haven't seen the lineup card yet. You make any changes? What are you thinking today?
Yeah, we are making some changes. We got some guys that are scuffling with runners in scoring position, and whatever. We're just going to flip it up and play some gut feel. Bryce Phelps has been hitting really well. So Bryce is going to DH today, and then Brett White is going to play right field, give Stroh a day off. Unfortunately, Jalen Ziegler's his hamstring isn't ready to go, but then he's also sick. He didn't even able to get on the bus. And
double whammy for him.
Yeah, people at home, it is the sick season, so you got about one a day going through that you're dealing with. And then Miles Risley will be back in center, and Max Bird will start out catching.
Hudson goes for Penn State today. What do we know about Hudson?
Hudson, good arm, really good arm, really sharp breaking ball. If you're watching on the stream, you're going to see it's, for a guy that throws 91, his curveball's like 85. He's got a lot of bite, a lot of break. He's a guy, though, with his fastball, you got to push him down. Yesterday, we were trying to push everything up. Today, you got to push his fastball down, and then you got to really be dialed in to lay off of his breaking ball, because it's definitely a chase pitch down and away, and that's gonna be the story today. Are we disciplined? And then like Marty hit on it in the pregame. Our problem yesterday was when we got the pitch we wanted, we missed it. And that to me is just lack of concentration, lack of focus, focusing on the wrong thing, whatever, not dialed in. And our system is built on, not expanding, dominating the zone. But that means that you're preparing to swing and hitting the brakes, trusting your brakes every pitch, and that you get your pitch, you got to hit it. You get the cookie, you got to hammer it. We got to hang a breaking ball, we hit a weak pop-up to second base. We got the fastball, we foul it straight back. That was yesterday, and that's what we have to flip the switch on today. We get our pitches, we got to do some damage.
We're looking forward to that today, Coach. Is this maybe a gut check type of game, or not that far, not that dramatic?
No, it's not at all. And you look back at, the season's still relatively young, but our team's answered the bell every time we've had a bad day, because yesterday wasn't so much unlike K-State or Alabama, where the starter struggled, put us behind. I felt like we gave a good effort to stay in the game and fight, but we're just so far behind and couldn't come back against a good team. But we answered the bell on Saturday in both of those cases, and I expect us to come out and answer the bell today, too.
All right, Coach, good luck against the Nittany Lions. Let's even things up.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, on our pregame show from Medler Field at Lebrano Park. Game 2 of the series between Penn State and Iowa coming up today. The Nittany Lions won the opener 11-6 yesterday, and as you just heard from Coach Heler there, he expects his team to answer the bell and bounce back today. We'll get you starting lineups and first pitch right after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hi, this is Coach Jan Jensen inviting you to join me for Hawk Talk, live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency at the Iowa River Landing. We'll talk Hawkeye women's basketball, answer your questions, and have a lot of fun along the way. The show airs weekly on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. I'd love to see you there. Go Hawks!
Iowa and Game 2 of the series coming up in just a moment. The Hawkeyes looking to even things up against the Nittany Lions this afternoon. We'll take our final pregame break, and we'll be back with starting lineups and first pitch right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Gable Mitchell leading things off for the Hawkeyes against Penn State this afternoon. Ben Hudson, the starting pitcher for the Nittany Lions. Mitchell swings and grounds one down the right field line all the way into the corner. Good start for the Hawkeyes. Mitchell's going to head for third. It'll be a leadoff triple for Gable Mitchell to get us started. And Coach Heler talked about answering the bell and responding after yesterday's loss. Perfect start to the game. Gable Mitchell, leadoff triple. And he pulled it down the right field line. It was a ground ball that stayed just to the left of first. They got all the way down into the corner. Here's Miles Risley returning from injury. Risley takes a pitch outside for a ball. Good start for the Hawkeyes today. Risley up now. Caleb Wolf is in the on-deck circle. Right versus right. The pitch to Risley. Low and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Hudson making his 5th start of the season, a 1-3 record. 18 1/3 innings pitched with a 7.36 ERA. Iowa threatening early on after the leadoff triple from Gable Mitchell. 2-0 to Risley's right down the middle, 2-1. Risley back 346, limited action due to the hand injury. Here's the 2-1. Miles popped it up. This is into shallow right center. Should be deep enough to get Mitchell in here. Gable tagging from third. He'll come down the line and score after Porter makes the catch. Sack fly for Miles Risley. Iowa on the board 1-0 in the first. Yesterday, Iowa went down in nearly record time, a 1-2-3 inning in the first. Today, leadoff triple and then a sack fly. Caleb Wolf will look to start things up again with the bases clear and 1 out. Breaking ball down and in. We'll get a station ID break after Wolf's at bat here. Caleb batting .420. Big enough sample size, pretty consistent. He takes a fastball in, 2 balls and no strikes. Caleb has the 6th best batting average in the Big Ten. One of 10 Big Ten hitters to be above 400. Here's the 2-0. He slapped it foul over to the left, a little bit late, 2-1. Gable Mitchell leads the Big Ten, coming into the game at .471. Two balls and a strike on Caleb Wolf. Iowa has struck for a run already. Wolf trying to keep it going. Next pitch, hit it foul over the left again. Similar spot, challenged him high with a fastball. 2-2. So far, a good response from Iowa after the Hawkeyes got beat 11-6 yesterday and just really never got out of the chute. Count is 2-2. Righty on lefty matchup. Hudson delivers to Wolf, and Caleb takes down and in. Full count. Wolf had a couple of hits yesterday, was 2 for 5 with an RBI. Full count for him. Hudson works just out of the stretch. The right-hander brings it home. Caleb fouled it off his foot. He'll hop around his right foot. Caleb will take a moment. Yesterday, Penn State starter Fitzgerald threw 110 pitches before turning it over to the bullpen. Penn State only used one arm out of the bullpen. 3-2, Wolf fouled it back. Good battle here brewing between Wolf and Hudson. Fitzgerald had several efficient innings where Iowa could not get a leadoff runner on. That was a big problem for the Hawkeyes yesterday. Just not enough traffic, not enough pressure applied. Wolf with a good at bat. Let's see if he can get a reward. Full count. Payoff pitch coming. Wolf flares it into center, and that's down for a base hit. Dropped in front of Mercado. 1-out single for Caleb Wolf. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Bryce Phelps is the starting DH for Iowa today, batting in the cleanup spot. We'll get you the rest of the batting order in just a moment. Wolf, the runner at first with one away. 1-0 Iowa in the first inning. Phelps takes off the plate outside. Joey Nerret is the starting left fielder. He'll bat next for Iowa. And 5th overall, Cooper Schulte, the shortstop, batting 6th today. Brett White making his first start as a Hawkeye. He'll play right field and bat 7th. Max Burt, the catcher, 8th, and Ben Swales batting 9th at third base. So the top 3 doesn't change for Iowa. A couple of changes. Bryce Phelps, the DH. Phelps making his 4th start as a Hawkeye. Transfer in from Wagner. Nerret and Schulte in their typical spots, left and short respectively. 1-0 pitch to Phelps. Swung on and missed. Phelps has put together a couple nice games back-to-back. A couple of big hits against Lindenwood on Sunday. 2 for 3 with 2 runs batted in yesterday off the bench. So he earns the start today. Wolf, the runner at first. Hudson pauses the 1-1 off the plate away. Missed to the glove side to the right-handed sophomore for Penn State. 2-1. I think the wind might be blowing harder today, going out to straight center. Wolf takes off. The 2-1 is popped into shallow right. Center fielder Mercado dives, can't make the play. Wolf able to take off for third now. He had to hold near second base. And Iowa's got traffic. Runners at first and third as Phelps is on with a single. Wolf was going on the pitch. He stopped just near second base to see if Mercado was going to make the play. He dove full extension, but it dropped on the grass. And so Caleb had the green light then to get to third. Did not have to go back to first. First and third now for Iowa. Looking for a big inning. Here's Joey Nerret. 1 away, 1-0 lead. First pitch to Nerret. That's low and in, all the way to the backstop. Bounced perfectly to the catcher. Now Wolf is in a rundown, and Caleb is tagged out on his way back to third. You gotta be kidding me. There's a ton of ground, of foul ground from home plate to the backstop. A ton of room, and that bounced so firmly off the backstop right back to the catcher. Wolf was taking off, and he came down the line and had no shot. He's tagged out. Now, Coach Heler is going to come out of the dugout, and the umpires are going to have a discussion. I'm not sure what Coach wants to review here, but there looks like there will be some sort of challenge or review. Nerret was almost hit by the pitch. He has the shin guard on. Maybe would have been nice if he had gotten hit by it instead. Umpires still discussing matters here in front of the mound. And Iowa is challenging something here. We're going to be just as much in the dark as anybody else here. Umpires jogging over to the right field line. Looks like they're challenging if Wolf was tagged by an empty glove. So if the Penn State catcher Joey DiMucci didn't have the ball in his glove and he tagged Caleb with the glove, well, then Caleb would be safe back at third. Caleb has come out of the dugout, and he is at third base now. Good news is Phelps on that pass ball did get to second. So Iowa will have a runner in scoring position. It'll just depend on if there are 2 outs and just 1 in scoring position, or 1 out and 2 in scoring position. We'll see if this gets overturned. Boy, that's going to be interesting. He did have the ball in the bare hand, and he did tag Caleb with the glove. Now, he had the ball pressed up against the glove, but not in it, as he tagged Caleb near third base. This will be interesting. Could be second and third for Iowa and just 1 out if the call goes the Hawkeyes' way. It was a breaking ball in the dirt and just about hit Nerret and his front foot. It bounced off the dirt and then straight. There's the backstop is a brick wall, and the baseball bounced very firmly off that wall right back to the catcher. Unfortunately for Wolf, he was already halfway down the line. It'd be something to keep note of now for Iowa base runners at third. Gonna have to watch that ricochet off the brick wall. But they're not reviewing if Nerret got hurt. They're reviewing if DiMucci applied the tag with the ball in his glove. He did not have it in his glove. The ball was in his bare hand, but pressed up against his glove as he tagged Wolf. And this is a lengthy review. Could be an early break one way or another for either team, whoever winds up on the right side of this one. Umpires are coming out now of the tunnel down the right field line. We'll see what the call is. They're going to stick with it and say that Caleb's out. So Caleb out. Tough luck for the Hawks there. 2 outs, runner at second. Runner is Phelps out there at second. He'd be going on contact. Big gap in right center for Nerret. Teams have spinning Joey. They've been spinning him with off speed. He sends a ground ball to second on this one. Davis has it, and he flips it to first for the out. And so the Hawkeyes, with traffic and pressure, get 1 run. Leadoff triple from Gable Mitchell, brought home on a sac fly from Miles Risley. A couple more hits for Iowa in the inning. They wind up with 3 in the first. 1-0, Hawkeyes with the lead. Logan Rundy taking the mound for the black and gold. We'll be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Bottom of the first inning in State College. John Leo with you this afternoon. Game 2 of the series between Iowa and Penn State. Good start for the Hawkeyes with a run across the board, and Logan Rundy taking the mound for the Hawkeyes in his typical Saturday spot. All right, here's the batting order for Penn State. Cole Mercado will lead things off playing center field. Michael Anderson, he's the star power hitter for Penn State, the DH. Had a home run yesterday in the first inning. He'll bat second. Spencer Barnett in the lineup playing first base for Penn State and batting third. Middle of the order, Jaden Davis at second base, Bryce Molinaro at third, and Jack Porter in right batting sixth. 7, 8, 9, Jesse Jakonski in left. Joey DiMucci, the catcher, bats eighth, and Preston Yawker, the shortstop, will round out the batting order for the Nittany Lions today. Defensively for Iowa on the infield left to right, Ben Swales at third, Cooper Schulte at short, Gable Mitchell at second, Caleb Wolf at first. Outfield left to right, Joey Nerret, Miles Risley, and Brett White. White making his first start as a Hawkeye, the sophomore. The redshirt freshman, that is. And Max Burt is the catcher. Logan Rundy to the mound, making his fifth start. 3.29 ERA. Clean slate, no wins, no losses for Rundy on the season. 15 hits allowed, 5 runs. He struck out 15, walked 1. And opponents are batting .273 against Rundy. The fifth-year grad senior from Piasta deals a strike to start his outing. Began his career at Iowa Western, then went to Kirkwood, then 2 years at Florida International, and back home to pitch for the Hawkeyes. 0-1 from Rundy. Is hit on the ground to second. Mitchell charging hard. Gable's got it, and he whips it over to Caleb for the first out of the inning. Penn State had several seeing eye singles yesterday. They did damage in the first inning with a pair of 2-run home runs. After that, they racked up 11 hits total. Did have a double in the 8th, but everything else singles for Penn State yesterday. Michael Anderson is the batter. He's the DH. Strong right-handed hitter. And he takes a strike on the inner third, 1-1. Anderson seems a little upset with the home plate umpire, Jason Stidham. Maybe didn't have his eyes ready, and Rundy was working quickly. And Anderson hit by the pitch in the knee, and he comes up limping. And gingerly walking down to first base. He's going to take a minute, as he should. Ouch. He's got a shin guard on, but that was above the shin. Looks like that might have got him in the right leg, the back leg. He's got a closed stance. Coach Heler coming out of the dugout, wants to have a conversation with the home plate umpire, Mr. Stidham. Iowa has already used a challenge today, unsuccessful. Batter will be Spencer Barnett, unless something changes with this. Umpires are going to come together again after a conversation with Coach Heler. Coach is getting his money's worth early. Looks like no review, no challenge, just a discussion. And so Anderson hit by the pitch. He's at first. And we'll see Spencer Barnett now. Was in the original lineup yesterday for Penn State, late scratch. Playing first base. He's appeared in 8 games with a .381 average. He's got some pop, 4 home runs on the season. Left-handed hitter. Rundy from the stretch delivers. Half swing, popped up, left side. Schulte tracking back into shallow left center. He makes the catch. And then on the transfer, bobbled the ball. The out is recorded. And Anderson stays put at first. Good play by Schulte to get back there. Risley and Nerret were around, but they're playing deep today. Wind is shifted out to right now. It was straightaway center to start the game. It's shifted over from left to right, really pulling the flags off of their poles in left center. Jaden Davis is up, right-handed hitter. He takes a strike from Rundy. Good start from Logan. 1-0 Iowa in the bottom of the first. Runner at first and 2 outs for the Nittany Lions. Anderson does not have a stolen base attempt, and he just got hit by a pitch in the leg. I'd be surprised if he were going to take off. Here's the next pitch from Rundy. Slider down and away. Backhand stab by Burt, 1-1. Pickoff move to first just to keep Anderson around. Primarily a right-handed order for Penn State today. Barnett, the addition, he's the only other lefty along with Mercado. Ball and a strike on Davis, the cleanup hitter and second baseman. Stands in from the right side. Rundy delivers. Just low, 2-1. Good fastball from Logan at 89. Good spot. He can live down there. Davis is senior, batting .317. Started all but 1 game for Penn State this year. 2 balls and a strike. Longer pause from Rundy, and then he missed down and away. 3-1. Davis, a good hitter with 4 doubles, 2 home runs, 19 hits. Leads the lineup for Penn State today. 3-1 is the count. Rundy will turn and throw it over to Wolf. Anderson back without a dive. In terms of time, this has been a very long first inning. 3 balls and 1 strike. The pitch from Rundy. He dropped that in for a strike, 3-2. Davis walked 3 times yesterday. Iowa had trouble pitching to him. Full count. Runner will be going on the delivery from Rundy. Logan pausing, taking his time. Now the 3-2 is fouled back into the netting. We'll do it again. Davis, not a big strikeout candidate, only 8 on the season in 60 at-bats. He drew half of his total walks yesterday. 6 on the season, 3 of them came yesterday afternoon. Full count here. Rundy from the belt. Long pause, feels it and deals it, and gets the strikeout. Foul tip into the glove. Rundy sets down Davis. He does hit a batter in the inning, but so far so good for Logan Rundy. He keeps Penn State off the board. We're through 1. Iowa leads it 1-0. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
From the roar of the crowd to Carver cones, can't miss plays and heart-pounding finishes. There's something for everyone at an Iowa athletics event. Don't just hear about it or see the clip on your phone. Be part of it. Change up your routine and get your friends together for an Iowa athletics event. Make it a memorable one by visiting HawkeyeSports.com. Fire up the fight song, cue the victory polka, and experience what it means to be a Hawkeye on Iowa. And go Hawks! This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Top of the second inning in State College, Iowa 1 and Penn State nothing. The Hawkeyes racked up 3 hits in the first, brought in 1 run, a couple of singles and a triple. Cooper Schulte will lead off the inning for Iowa. We'll have a right-on-right matchup to start this inning. Slider away. Hudson, the pitcher for Penn State, threw 22 pitches in the first inning. He works solely out of the stretch. The 1-0. Schulte fouled it back. Count even at 1 now. 90-mile-an-hour fastball there from Hudson. Ball and a strike on Schulte, the starting shortstop. The pitch. That's up and away. Schulte batting .343. Started every game at short for the Hawkeyes this year. Junior with 23 hits. Third in the lineup today. He chased one low and away. Off speed. Good pitch from Hudson. And the count's now 2-2. Schulte with 8 doubles, 2 home runs, and 1 triple. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cooper, the pitch. Opposite batter's box outside, full count now. Schulte mildly prone to the strikeout. He's drawn 7 walks and 15 strikeouts. We take the former in this case. He hits the 3-2 on the ground to short instead. Backhand stop by Yawker. It pulls Barnett off the bag, but Barnett, the first baseman, applies the tag on Schulte running by, and that's the first out of the inning. Iowa mainly a doubles team in terms of damage. 46 doubles leads the Big Ten, but only 10 home runs, which is last in the Big Ten. Iowa has 7 triples, tied for second. So not a lot of home run power for Iowa, but plenty of doubles and enough speed to stretch some triples. Here's Brett White into the starting lineup for the first time in his career. Transferred in from Baylor. He's from North Liberty, played his high school baseball at Solon. Earned the start after a nice performance yesterday. 2-0, good cut and fouled it back 2-1. Made a twisting, diving catch in right field off the bench yesterday. Drew a walk and then also cranked a 2 RBI double over the center fielder's head in the 9th. 2 balls and a strike. He stands in from the left side. And the pitch, that's low and in, ball 3. White, the redshirt freshman, batting .417, just 5 of 12. 2 doubles and a home run, 6 runs batted in. Three balls and a strike, the pitch. Inside corner, 3-2. A lot of full counts from Hudson. Iowa hitters are seeing things fill up. 3-2. Hudson ready, the pitch. Brett hit this in the air to left. And Jakonski there just inside the line to make the catch in fair territory. So that 3-2 battle won by Hudson. 2 outs now for Max Burt. Bases are clear. 1-0 Iowa in the second. Burt starting at catcher back-to-back games, making his 13th start. Hudson deals a strike to start the at-bat. Burt stands in from the right side. .270 hitter, 10 of 37. 1 extra base hit. It was a double. Righty-on-righty matchup, the 0-1 to Max. Right down the middle again, 0-2. Hawkeyes had 3 hits in the first inning. Going down quietly so far in the second. Burt trying to extend it, the 0-2. Slider down and away, kicked up dirt. Hudson threw 22 pitches in the first inning, working his way towards 40. Burt in the box for the Hawkeyes, the 1-2. Breaking ball, dropped out of the zone, low and away. Good pitch, better take from Max. That had a lot of movement on it, especially late. Could not clip the edge of the zone. It's 2-2. Next pitch to Burt. High and away, ball 3. Hudson overthrew the fastball. Ben Swales, the 9-hitter on deck. Another 3-2 count for a Hawkeye hitter. Hudson from the belt delivers to Burt. Outside, ball 4. The Hawkeye wins this one. One thing I've noticed early on here, a lot more energy from the Iowa dugout today. Obviously giving up a 5 spot yesterday just kind of put a damper on things right away. The team did fight back, but for a majority of the game, pretty quiet in the Iowa dugout. A lot more energy, vocalization today. That's a big walk drawn by Burt. Here's Ben Swales. He swings at the first pitch, sends one into right center field. It's down for a base hit. Cut off, not before it gets to the wall, though. They're going to wave Max Burt around third. Here comes Burt. He loses his lid, and he scores all the way from first as Ben Swales doubles to right center and gives Iowa a 2-0 lead. Burt was going on contact, never broke stride. Coach Pearson waved him all the way around, sent him home, and he scored. 2-0 Hawks. And that is a huge, we'll have to circle that at bat by Max Burt to dig out of an 0-2 hole, draw a walk, and then score on the very next pitch. As Ben Swales hits a double to right center. Now to the top of the order for Gable Mitchell. He takes a breaking ball down for a ball. Mitchell tripled to start the game down the right field line. Barnett playing very close to the line now. Spin throw to second. Swales gets back. Two 2-0 Iowa in the second. Here's Mitchell. Ball and no strikes, 2 out. Swales at second base. Gable takes in the dirt, 2-0. After Schulte grounded out and White flied out, a huge walk by Max Burt set up Ben Swales to drive him in on a double. Hitters count for Gable, the 2-0. Mitchell popped it up. He missed it. Into right center. Mercado is over. The right fielder at the very last minute, Porter, reaches up to make the catch for the third out. Another run across for Iowa as Ben Swales doubles to right center and brings home Max Burt. 2-0 Iowa. We're back for the bottom of the second after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey Hawks, it's Coach Ben McCullum. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar. Check out the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Hey, it's Coach Jan Jensen. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network weekly, live at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar at the Iowa River Landing. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. 2-0 Iowa as we move on to the bottom of the second. Penn State coming to the plate to face off against Logan Rundy. As Logan has fired his final warm-up pitch, he'll face 5, 6, and 7 Molinaro, Porter, and Jakonski. Speaking of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, the 2026 Iowa Baseball Spring Golf Tournament will be held April 30th. It's a Thursday at Riverside. More information can be found online as Rundy deals low and away. That'll be before, I believe, the Iowa and Illinois series to start the month of May. You can find more details on HawkeyeSports.com. One ball and one strike on Molinaro, the starting third baseman for Penn State. Powerful right-handed hitter. Rundy deals below the zone. Two balls and a strike. Next pitch is popped up right side. Wolf giving it a look, and it'll go out of play a few rows deep. That's foul. 2-2. Rundy had a strikeout in the first through 13 pitches. Faced 4 batters. He hit Anderson. Molinaro, a junior, batting .250. He started all 16 games for Penn State. 4 home runs on the year. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rundy out of the windup delivers, and Molinaro fouls this off the end of the bat to the right. Couple of hits yesterday for the Nittany Lion third baseman. Iowa's got a shift onto the left side. 3 infielders to the left of second. Rundy gets a strikeout of Molinaro. Went to the off speed. The slider got him to reach for it. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Logan. Iowa wearing their Saturday black uniforms with Iowa spelled out in gold block lettering across the chest. Gold numbers on the front left hip. Gold numbers, no trim. Gold lettering. The last names on the back without trim. Gray baseball pants for the Hawkeyes today. Rundy deals inside for a ball to Jack Porter. The Hawkeyes wearing their gold caps with the black bill. Black block eye on the front panel. 1 ball, no strikes on Porter. The next pitch is a breaking ball called a strike at the very top of the zone. Porter, the right fielder for Penn State, Junior hitting .241, 6 doubles, most in the lineup for Penn State today. Does have a home run. Rundy ahead 1-2. Ball and 2 strikes. Rundy settling in with the bases clear and 1 away in the Nittany Lions second. Iowa leading 2-0. Logan brings his glove up to his face, now begins his motion home. The next pitch hit well to center field, but Risley is camped underneath it. He's got plenty of room, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Penn State wearing all white uniforms today with blue numbers. Penn State is spelled out in blue across the chest. They've got a blue bar underneath their lettering. Blue numbers on the backside, no last name for Penn State. No pinstripes today. They wore the pinstripes yesterday. 2 outs for Jakonski. He fouls off the first pitch that he sees from Rundy. A dribbler over to the Nittany Lion dugout. Penn State in the first base dugout. Iowa over to the left on the third base side. Third baseman Swales in a touch at third, just in case Jakonski thinks about bunting. Rundy misfired away from the right-handed hitter. Jakonski had a 2-run home run yesterday in that big first inning for the Nittany Lions. Batting just .176, though. Ball and a strike. Rundy grips it and rips it. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Pretty heavy strikeout candidate. 16 strikeouts to just 3 walks. And Rundy gets him. He buried him off speed. Logan is on to start today's game. Couple of strikeouts in the inning. He sets down the Nittany Lions in order. We'll move on to the third. Iowa 2 and Penn State nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Pleasure to have you along with us this Saturday afternoon. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball on the air from Penn State University. John Leo with you in the broadcast booth at Medler Field in State College. 2-0, Iowa with the lead as we move on to the top of the third. Miles Risley to lead it off. He'll be followed by Caleb Wolf and Bryce Phelps. Productive part of the order a time through. Risley with a sac fly to right brought home Gable Mitchell in the first inning. Got Iowa on the board. Iowa tacked on another in the second. An RBI double from Ben Swales. Good to have Miles back patrolling center field. He plays center fields in the Big Ten. Trying to get his bat back up and going now. Right-handed hitter in the box, facing Hudson, who pitches for Penn State. Off speed to start the at-bat, and he took it on the outside edge, strike one. It's a good take there from Miles. No balls and a strike on Risley. Next pitch. Got his hands started. Didn't commit to it. It was a called strike anyway. 0-2. Hudson has done a nice job against Risley to get ahead and stay ahead. Now 0-2. Miles choking up slightly on the bat. Here's the next pitch. Outside. Hudson against right-handed hitters likes to work away. Ball and 2 strikes. Next pitch to Miles. Came inside that time. Good-looking pitch, but it was too far in. 2-2. Front door breaker. Didn't get the call. 2-2. Hudson set. Next pitch to Risley. That hit Miles. Got him in the elbow. Worked inside again. And Risley hit by the pitch. Penn State dugout fired up, thinking that Risley leaned into that. And head coach Mike Gambino is going to come out and talk with the home plate umpire about this one. Seeing if Miles extended that front elbow. Looks like Penn State might be challenging this one. We've made it through 17 games and haven't had too many of these umpire rendezvous meetings. John Evans and I like to joke about this, especially with the length and the duration of the meeting before the review. This is a pretty quick one. They're going right to the monitor. Penn State challenging that Risley leaned into this pitch from Hudson. It's a pretty decent jog for the umpires. Now each team has used a challenge. We'll have 1 remaining. Penn State will keep this challenge and still have 2 if they're successful. Another cold day in Pennsylvania. Mid-40s, very windy though, dragging the wind chill down. Sounds like some pretty gritty, tough, gross weather in the entire state of Iowa coming up. As much of Iowa in a blizzard warning I see for tomorrow. So hunker down and take care, Iowans. Our travel plans have been a mess. Our director of operations, Nick Ungs, has been on the phone a lot this weekend. Very appreciative of Nick. I've always felt one of the toughest jobs in sports is the director of operations, because you really only notice them if something goes haywire, if something gets going sideways. But I know that a lot of us very appreciative of our operations director, Nick Ungs. Takes great care of us on the road and always has our best interests in mind. So that's why our travel home from State College, we're making some alterations and hopefully works out nicely for us. So we credit Nick for taking really good care of us on the road. Iowa is to play at UIC on Tuesday. You look at the forecast. First of all, if we get all this snow that we're supposed to get in the Midwest, hard-pressed to find that we'd be able to play baseball with 4 to 10 inches of snow on the ground in the Midwest. But also, Tuesday is supposed to be like 25 in Chicago. Real temperature. That's not even close to above the number of wind chills. So I'm not sure that they'll be able to play that game on Tuesday. We'll see what happens. Umpires have decided that Risley leaned into it. And so since Miles leaned into it, apparently, with 2 strikes, he's out. All right. Penn State successful on their challenge. Boy, I don't know. And Risley is out to start the 3rd. Here's Caleb Wolf. He watches a pitch sail away for a ball. We'll see if Iowa plays that game at UIC on Tuesday. Maybe it gets moved to Wednesday. And then could springboard Iowa into their trip to Michigan State Friday through Sunday in East Lansing. 1-0 to Wolf. Caleb hits in the air to right. Right fielder going back in front of the track, in front of the wall, leaps up, and it is gone. Caleb Wolf, moonshot home run to right. First home run of the season for Wolfie. It brings the Hawkeyes out of the dugout. 3-0 Iowa. Solo home run from Caleb Wolf. He hit that a mile in the air, and it cleared the right field wall. Iowa has scored in every inning so far today, and it's 3-0. th home run of the season for the Hawkeyes. And Bryce Phelps in the box now, looking to keep things going. He's got a single today. He takes a strike. Nothing in one on Phelps. The next pitch, Bryce lines into center field, and Mercado is there. He makes the catch. 2 down. Phelps struck it well to straightaway center. On a windy day in State College, fly balls to right are always going to have a chance. Caleb certainly got under that one, but hit it well enough. Took advantage of the wind and got it out of here. Here's Joey Nerret, a guy that can do much of the same. First pitch to Nerret. That's below the zone. He took it for a ball. I think Joey's keys are to lay off the pitches that are low. There's a tendency, he really likes those. They don't like him back, though. That's the problem. 1-0 to Nerret. Took inside for a ball. Very selective today. Nicely done by Joey. Nerret has been a great addition to this Hawkeye team. Senior left fielder batting .353. 8 doubles and a triple for Nerret. Hitters count for him, the 2-0. Joey hits well to right, carrying and over the right fielder's head. One hopping off the top of the wall. Nerret is in with the double. He will stop there, slamming on the brakes after a strong round over the bag. Nerret smoked that ball for his 9th double of the season, leading the team now. Came in at 89, went out at 99, and he hit it into a very deep part of the park. Right center gap. And a 2-out double for Nerret brings up Cooper Schulte. Singular runs on the board for Iowa in the first, second, and third. Schulte trying to help Iowa put up a crooked number in this inning. Nerret the runner at second. Cooper grounded out to the Penn State shortstop Yawker to start the second inning. Right on right matchup, the 1-0. Cooper hits a spinner off the end of the bat. It will kick foul. It rode the line for a couple of bounces first base side and then popped over into foul territory. 1-1 now. Iowa with 6 hits already. Ball and a strike on Schulte, the pitch. That's off the plate outside. DiMucci tried to bring it back in. This is pitch 60 for Hudson. We're in the third. 2-1 to Cooper. Swing and a miss. Good fastball, rode the outer edge of the zone. Pretty long swing there from Cooper. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A lot of room in left center for Cooper if he can get turned around on one. The pitch. Strike 3 called. Outside portion of the zone. Man, that was pretty far out there. Whew. Tough call for Schulte. He goes down on strikes. Iowa leaves a runner on. But a solo home run from Caleb Wolf. That's the highlight of the third. 3-0 Hawkeyes. We're back for the bottom of the third after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
8-9-1 coming up for Penn State in the bottom of the third. Iowa has just tacked on another run. It's 3-0 Hawkeyes. We'll bring you the bottom of the third after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country this spring. 3-0 Iowa as we move on to the bottom of the third. Joey DiMucci will lead things off. Senior catcher batting .192. He's appeared in 11 games for the Nittany Lions, 5 of 26. All 5 hits are singles. As the right-hander is in the box, Logan Rundy is on the mound for the Hawkeyes, and he deals a strike on the outer edge to begin the inning. Rundy working his way, a time through the order now. Facing 8-9-1. Similar spot from Rundy, caught more of the outer edge. And it's 0-2. Out of the wind, the next pitch is hit into the air. Right center field, White moving back. Brett still going. He reaches up over his head and makes the catch before crashing into the wall. Boy, the wind really played with that one. A routine ball into right center, kept carrying and got all the way to the track. White makes a nice play to hang with it, tracking it well and making the grab for the first out of the third. One out for Yawker, the 9-hitter. Starting shortstop for Penn State. Rundy zips a fastball at 90, catching the outer portion of the plate, strike one. Yawker, a very good shortstop for Penn State. He's a freshman, batting .265. Plenty of speed here with a couple of doubles and triples. Top of the order, Mercado is on deck. Iowa leads it 3-0, bottom 3. Rundy set with the 1-1. Begins his motion and brings it home. Here's a ground ball left side. Schulte plays it off to the side. Cooper steps and throws across the diamond on a line for the second out of the inning. Schulte, the very sure-handed shortstop, makes yet another play for this Iowa defense. First ground ball that he's fielded today. Had a pop-up earlier. He was very active yesterday. Top of the order, Cole Mercado is up. Bases clear and 2 outs. Rundy worked inside of the left-handed hitting center fielder, and he missed his mark. Logan winds and fires the 1-0 pitch. That just missed outside, 2-0. First time we've seen Logan really fall behind a hitter, 2-0. Next pitch. Low and away. Seen a lot of right-handers, all but 2 of them, Mercado being one of the left-handed hitters in the box. Now Logan will take a moment on the backside of the mound, flips the ball in his hand, and now is ready to pitch the 3-0. Here it comes. That's across the heart of the plate, 3-1. Logan settling in nicely, mid-30s of the pitch count, the 3-1. That's strike 2. Mercado rose his hands above his head. He raised them up, but the pitch was a called strike, and now Rundy has battled back to make this a competitive count, 3-2. He feels it and deals it. It's a ground ball to second. Slow roller, Gable's got it, and he lasers one over to Wolf. Another 1-2-3 inning for Rundy and the Hawkeye defense. We've played 3 in State College, and the Hawkeyes are up 3-0. Back in a moment. This is Iowa Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
White, Burt, and Swales due up for the Hawkeyes in the 4th. Iowa 3-0. 6 hits for the Hawkeyes, nearly 2 times through the order now. Hudson continuing to pitch for the Nittany Lions. He's thrown 3 innings, given up those 6 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Pitch count at 61, as Penn State's got a handful of relievers in the bullpen. They are stretching, though, getting their legs warm and loose. They're not throwing yet. White is leading off the inning. Brett flied out to left, back in the 2nd. Righty on lefty matchup. And Hudson delivers. Brett with a great cut, good, strong swing, but out in front. 0-1. Brett gets a hold of one. He could clear the right field wall. He was trying to do that there. The next pitch. He watched it go by for a strike, 0-2. Hudson from the stretch, ready to pitch to White. The 0-2. Grounded foul. Brett early on it. Out in front and pulled it. Count remains 0-2 on White. Next pitch. Up and away. Missed with a fastball. Couple of doubles and a home run for White in 13 at-bats. The 1-2. Slow roller to second. He reached for it. Davis has got it, and he'll throw out White for the first out of the 4th. Good location from Hudson, low and away, and Brett tried to pull it instead of going the opposite way with it. That's just physics. That's what happens there. You try to pull a pitch that's down and away. Really hard to drive it. And so the ground out to second. Brings up Max Burt. Burt has probably the biggest at-bat of the game as he takes a high and tight strike. He was down in the count 0-2 back in the 2nd and worked all the way back to draw the walk before Ben Swales drove him home. That came with 2 outs. 0-1 to Burt. Outside corner, strike 2. Kept the bat shouldered. So Max is here again at 0-2. 270 hitter for Iowa. I think he's a little bit better of a hitter than he's shown so far this year. Look to gain some momentum. The 0-2 is lined into right field, and that's down for a base hit. Max is on with a one-out single as Hudson threw a pitch low and away, and Burt, instead of trying to pull it, he just punched it out to right. One-out single for Burt. Here's Ben Swales. Swales has only seen one pitch today, and he doubled to right center. That brought home Burt all the way from first. Breaking ball, he hung it, and it's called strike at the top of the zone. That was pitch 70 for Hudson. He's getting up there. We're in the fourth. 3-0 Iowa. 0-1. Swales fought it off and fouled it into the screen to the right. Burt with a short lead at first base. Counts 0-2 on Swales. The pitch. That's off the plate outside. Good chase pitch from Hudson, but away. Ben did not go after it. 1-2. The 1-2. Ben fought this one off as well and got under it, foul over to the right. Top of the order, Gable Mitchell on deck. Like to see him with a couple of runners on in this inning. Swales in the right-handed batter's box awaiting the 1-2 pitch. Here it comes. In the dirt. Burt takes off for second. Throw down to second, and Max is out. Pitch bounced in front of the plate. And DiMucci able to gather it. Burt made a pretty aggressive read, and he's thrown out at second. 2 down now. And a 2-2 count on Swales. That extinguishes some of the momentum, some of the energy in this inning. Hudson's 2-2. Low and away. Trying to get Swales to go after the slider. But he didn't chase that one, and now the count's full. Ben rips this one into left center field. That's extra bases. Down and to the wall. Swales around second. He will stop there. Couple of doubles for Swales today. He cranked that into left center. And Ben is scorching hot today. He went right center with the double that brought home Burt in the second. He got turned around on that one and laced it into left center field. He stands at second base, 2 outs for Gable Mitchell. Same spot as the second inning. Gable flied out to right in that instance. He takes a pitch inside, a breaking ball that missed everything. 1 ball and no strikes. Iowa has scored in the first 3 innings, just singular runs though. It's 3-0 in the fourth. Trying to keep that trend alive of scoring in every inning if Gable can bring him home. Swales out there at second. The 1-0. Mitchell laid off a pitch that was high, and this ball is thrown down to second, got into center field. Swales taking off for third. He'll get there. DiMucci threw it down to second behind Swales. He got back without a problem, and it got through the 5-hole of Yocker into center. Pretty aggressive play by DiMucci. Does not pay off, and it's 2-0 on Mitchell. Swales at third now with 2 outs. Hudson's pitch. Gable hit down the right field line. Foul ground. Penn State defenders moving over there, but it's into the Nittany Lion bullpen, out of play. Hudson went off speed, and Gable was expecting something different. He was out in front. 2-1. Another big run standing at third base. It's Ben Swales. 2-1 is a comebacker right to Hudson. And he underhand flips it to first. Gable can't believe it. He is beside himself that he chased that pitch. And he grounds out to the pitcher. Swales stranded at third. And we'll move on to the bottom of the fourth. 3-0, Hawkeyes with the lead. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Bottom of the fourth inning in State College, Iowa 3 and Penn State nothing. Hawkeyes looking to even the series up after losing the opener yesterday 11-6. And Logan Rundy firing his final warm-up pitch. Max Burt sends it down. We're ready to roll in the fourth. Penn State has 2, 3, and 4 due up. Really good part of their order. Anderson to lead it off. He was hit by a pitch, and he's been Penn State's only base runner. As Rundy deals downstairs, ball one. Right on right, Anderson, the power hitter for Penn State with 8 home runs. Takes in the dirt, 2 balls and no strikes. Tough to pitch to Anderson. You give him anything to hit and he can get it out of here. Rundy's 2-0. Check swing. Pitch was just outside anyway. They send it down on the appeal, didn't go. 3-0. At this point, I'd probably just stay away. Rundy does stay outside, but it caught the edge of the zone, 3-1. 3-0 lead in the bottom of the fourth. We'll see what Rundy throws here, the 3-1. Goes off speed with the breaking ball, and Anderson fouled it back, and just like that, Rundy's back in the count, 3-2. Full count. Back-to-back strikes from Rundy. He's back in it. The 3-2 is fouled sharply to the Iowa dugout. We'll do it once more. Rundy's thrown 3 innings, given up no runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts for Logan. Full count on Michael Anderson. Logan taking his time, peering over the top of his glove. The 3-2 is skied into shallow center. Mitchell sprinting back. Risley coming forward. Miles calls everybody off. And Risley makes the catch, sprinting in from center for a big first out of the fourth. Rundy had fallen behind Anderson 3-0. And just a brutally tough spot to be in. and came all the way back to get Anderson on the pop-up to center. Mike Gambino having a very animated conversation with home plate umpire Jason Stidham. I missed something. He's giving the home plate umpire an earful now just outside of the left-handed batter's box. What could this be about? I'm not sure. I must have missed something. Both Coach Gambino and Coach Heler have had a couple discussions each with the umpiring crew today. And now we've got some finger pointing going on. And Coach Gambino has said his piece, and he returns to the Penn State dugout. One away for Spencer Barnett. Swings over the top of the breaking ball from Rundy. Good start from Logan. The 0-1, he golfed at it and missed it. Logan changing sight lines and goes in the dirt there, and Barnett over the top. He's in a big hole, 0-2. Rundy, a fastball slider pitcher. Sometimes a cutter, sometimes a changeup. Logan ready with the 0-2, long pause. Brings his glove up to his face. Now the 0-2 in the dirt. Burt had to shoulder it down. Could get Barnett to chase that one. It's 1-2 now. Bases are empty for the Nittany Lions in the fourth. Iowa out in front 3-0. Here's the 1-2 from Rundy. Line drive, right side, fair ball and into the corner. First hit of the day for Penn State as White tracks it down. Gets it in, and Barnett's got a one-out double. Similar to Gable Mitchell's triple to open the game, Barnett pulled it into the right field corner. First hit of the game comes in the fourth inning for Penn State, a double down the right field line. White did an outstanding job sprinting over to the corner to get to that ball and get it in. One out for Jaden Davis. Second base runner for Penn State this afternoon. Davis struck out to end the first. Rundy will go from the stretch now. Right-hander is ready. And Logan delivers. Eye level for a ball to Davis. Infield back for Iowa. With one out and a runner at second. 1-0 from Rundy. Grounded foul. Sharply hit past Swales at third. 1-1. Iowa out hitting Penn State 8-1 and holding a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the fourth. One's on the board here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Short lead at second. The next pitch is fouled off to the right. Davis leaning over the plate to get a piece of it. 1-2. Rundy in the driver's seat. At 1-2. The next pitch. Scooped under and popped into right. White underneath it in right field makes the catch. Runner tagging from second to third. The throw comes in and is cut off by Schulte behind the mound. And so Barnett goes from second to third on Davis's fly out to White in right field. 2 down for Penn State. Here's Bryce Molinaro. Molinaro very dangerous for the Nittany Lions. Ten runs batted in this season for Penn State. 15 hits and 61 at-bats. He does have 17 strikeouts on the season, though. He's been a star for Penn State. Junior third baseman. Righty on righty matchup. Rundy delivers. And here is a line drive into right. It'll drop for a base hit. One hops in front of White. RBI single with 2 outs for Molinaro. It's 3-1. Penn State on the board in the 4th. That's one where you wish the wind would have helped it get a little further out to White. But it wasn't that well struck, and it really died off the bat. And so Penn State scores on the RBI single. Here's Porter. Molinaro at first with 2 away. Slow chopper up the middle. Schulte's going to have to hurry. Cooper gets it out of the glove quickly and over to Wolf for the 3rd out. Really nice play by Schulte, charging hard on this natural grass. Makes a good play. And Iowa surrenders just 1 run. The Hawkeyes keep it there on the RBI single from Bryce Molinaro of Penn State. Iowa 3 and Penn State 1. We're back for the 5th inning after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Oaknell's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oaknell is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. Proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oaknell.com to learn more. Pleasure to have you along with us this Saturday afternoon in State College. Iowa leading Penn State 3-1 as we move on to the 5th inning. Miles Risley, Caleb Wolf, and Bryce Phelps are due up to face Ben Hudson for what will be the 3rd time through the order now. Would love to know where you're listening from on the Hawkeye Radio Network, whether it's the great state of Iowa or from coast to coast. First pitch to Miles Risley is a called strike, high outside corner. Pretty good take from Miles. Count is 0-1 on Risley. Yet to get on today. Hudson ran one in on the hands, and Miles fouled it back. 0-2. Alex is listening from Iowa City and says that it feels like 38 in Iowa City. You know what, Alex? It feels like 38 here, too. Risley strikes out, chases a high heater. He's out number 1 in the 5th. Need to get back to having good at-bats here for Iowa. Hawkeyes are up to 8 hits. It hit Hudson around for the first 3 innings. Got a couple of hits in the 4th. See if Iowa can continue to get traffic and get some more base runners. Caleb Wolf scoops under one and fouls it in the air to the left. 3-1 is our score in the 5th. Caleb's 2 for 2 today. singled in the first and hit his first home run of the season out to right in the third. The 0-1. Tried to do it again, pulled his head, and missed everything. 0-2. Hudson seems to be settling in, finding the strike zone a lot more efficiently, more often. 0-2 on Wolf. The pitch. Caleb sends in the air to center. Mercado charging hard. He can't make the play. It bounces in front of him. One out single from Wolf. He stays hot. 3 for 3 now. Wolf stands at first base for Bryce Phelps, who's having a nice day, 1 for 2. Hudson deals. Bryce takes a strike at the top of the zone. Hudson took a little something off there. Bryce watched it. Looking down in the Penn State bullpen. Some bodies down there, nobody throwing yet. As Phelps spanks the 0-1 foul in the air over the right. We're in the fifth, and Iowa leads it 3-1. Hawkeyes have led since the first when Mitchell tripled to start the game, and then Risley brought him home on a sac fly. Iowa is slowly tacked on. Penn State got one back in the fourth. No balls and 2 strikes on Phelps. The pitch. That's up around the hands for a ball. Hawkeyes are racking up the hits today. Runs are lagging a little bit behind. 9 hits, 3 runs. Center fielder Mercado shading Phelps over to right center a few steps. Left fielder Jakonski shifting over a bit too. So there's a lot of room in left center and a lot of room down the left field line. Ball and 2 strikes on Phelps. The pitch to Bryce. Hit in the air to the right side once more and foul. Hudson up over 90 pitches now in the fifth. The 1-2, down and out. And Phelps able to lay off. He leaned over to the plate just a bit. Held up, didn't go after it. Two balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. The runner is Wolf at first. The pitch. Phelps late on the fastball, and he chased a high heater. Second strikeout of the inning for Hudson. And that brings up Joey Nerret. Nerret cranked a double his last time up. One of Iowa's 5 extra base hits today. More extra base hits than singles. 2 outs. First pitch to Nerret. Hit well to right field, carrying. Right fielder going back. Get going, baby! And it's long gone! Joey Nerret. Second, his first home run of the season. He got all of that one over the right field wall. 2-run shot, 5-1 Hawks. Did not need the wind's help on that one. Joey smoked it to right. A no-doubter from Nerret. Iowa back on the board now in the fifth. Schulte, first pitch swinging, sends it up the middle for a base hit. 2-out single for Coop, his first hit of the day. Second hit of the weekend for Schulte. And he jumped on that fastball from Hudson. Couple of home runs today for Iowa, both to right field. One from Caleb Wolf, and then that no-doubter from Joey Nerret. In steps Brett White. Curveball from Hudson, popped out of the hand and dropped in at the top of the zone. White took it for strike one. This is in the dirt now. Brett's put the ball in play twice today, but hasn't been able to get on. One to White, sailed up and away. And Brett lays off 2-1. Penn State has a right-hander throwing, not from the rubber yet, though, in the bullpen. Trying to get Hudson out of this inning with 2 outs. Next pitch to White, up and away, ball 3. Hudson showing some visible frustration there. Thought he should have got the strike call on that 2-1 pitch. Didn't get it. Now it's 3-1. Schulte, the runner, at first base with 2 outs. Pitch to White. Brett skies in the air to left center field. Mercado on the run. The ball is carrying deep to center, and it's over the wall. Brett White. He sent it out of here to left center. Another 2-run shot for the Hawkeyes, and for White, his second home run of the season. Touch 'em all for Brett White. It's 7-1. 2 2-run home runs in this inning for the black and gold. And the lead is 6. Iowa has exploded for 4 runs in the 5th inning and lead at 7-1. Inning got off to a good start for Hudson and Penn State. He picked up 2 strikeouts. Those strikeouts sandwiched a single from Caleb Wolf, but a lot of damage now with 2 outs by the Hawkeyes. Iowa 6 of 10 with 2 outs today, including 2 2-run home runs. Iowa pounding Penn State pitching with 12 hits. 7 extra base knocks for the Hawkeyes today. Time called for the Nittany Lions. This is likely going to do it for Hudson. As it looks like Penn State will be making a pitching change as Hudson is greeted by his head coach, Mike Gambino. And he was ready to give the ball to his coach, but the coach didn't take it. No more throwing in the Penn State bullpen, so their guy is ready to go. Just waiting for Coach Gambino to just offer some words to his pitcher and then take the ball from him, which he has now done. All right, that'll do it for Hudson. New pitcher coming in for Penn State. We will let you know who it is after this pitching change break. 7-1. Iowa has blown it open in the 5th. We're back after this pitching change break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Go for the big Honda savings at your local Honda dealer. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are in stock and on sale. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. And KBB.com's Best Value and Performance brand. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Penn State turns to a right-hander out of its bullpen. They'll go with Ethan Bauerschmidt, a 6'3" freshman right-hander from Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. And so Bauerschmidt comes into the game with 2 outs in the 5th to relieve Ben Hudson, who started the game today. Bauerschmidt will be making his 5th appearance of the season. 6.23 ERA and 8 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 15 hits, 11 runs, but only 6 of them are earned. 3 walks, 5 strikeouts for Bauerschmidt this year. Given up some damage, 2 triples and a home run. Opponents bat .385 against this relief pitcher for Penn State. His longest outing was a few days ago at Georgetown, where he made the midweek start against the Hawkeyes. 4 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. Saw some action against Air Force, gave up 3 unearned runs against the Falcons. And then against St. John's, another unearned run in 2 innings of work. Through an inning and 2/3 at Texas Tech in the 21-6 loss, gave up 3 earned runs and 5 hits. So Bauerschmidt into the game for Penn State. Hudson could not quite make it through the 5th. Iowa's peppered him with a couple of 2-run home runs with 2 outs in this inning. And now the Hawkeyes way out in front 7-1 as Bauerschmidt ready to pitch to Max Burt. And he spiked the first pitch low. Big fastball usage is Bauerschmidt. Likes to work at the bottom of the zone. Try to raise that floor. That's what Hawkeye hitters will look to do. Here's a 2-hopper to the third baseman, Molinaro, who makes a really nice play on the backhand to retire Burt as he threw it across the diamond. But it's a big inning for Iowa. 4 runs across. A 2-run home run from Joey Nerret, followed by a 2-run home run from Brett White. And the Hawks lead it 7-1. We're back for the bottom of the 5th, looking for a shutdown inning right after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
March on over to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort March 26th for an unforgettable performance by country music star Tracy Lawrence. Get ready to hear iconic hits such as Paint Me a Birmingham and Time Marches On, as well as find out who your friends are in Texas Tornado. This is one country music experience you won't want to miss. Secure your tickets now for this must-see concert at riversidecasinoandresort.com or visit our gift shop. We'll see you there.
John Leo with you from Medler Field at Lebrano Park on the campus of Penn State University out here in State College. Iowa 7 and Penn State 1 as we move on to the bottom of the 5th inning. Logan Rundy out for another inning of work. He'll face 7, 8, and 9, Jakonski, DiMucci, and Yawker. Nice to hear from our Hawkeye fans tuned into today's broadcast. Great to hear from Matt and Holly Peterson down in Florida. They're on their way to see Sammy P. Sam Peterson, great Hawkeye. One of those all-time Hawkeyes that you talk about. Sam drafted by the Washington Nationals in 2024. And spring training underway. Good to hear from you guys, Matt and Holly. Great to hear from you. Listening in Florida, I guess that can't be too bad, can it? A little bit different than mid-30s here in Pennsylvania. Great to hear from you. The Hawkeye Radio Network, our audience spans far and wide. First pitch strike from Rundy to Jakonski. So Iowa finally puts up the crooked number after getting 1 run each in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Penn State got one back in the 4th to make it 3-1. 4 spot in the 5th. 7-1. Iowa with the lead, and now you're looking for that nice, clean shutdown inning from Rundy and the Hawkeye defense. Iowa out hitting Penn State 12-2. I think the message from Coach Heler, Coach Sutherland, it landed with the guys last night and this morning. Rundy pitching to Jakonski, and he caught the edge for a strike 1 and 2. There's a little bit more room on the outer part of the strike zone today against right-handed hitters. Both pitchers have really taken advantage of it. Slider from Rundy sailed down and out, 2 and 2. Jakonski 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Rundy will go down to the rosin bag quickly and readdress the rubber. Here comes the 2-2. Slider down and out. Went to it again. Couldn't get him to go. Full count. Full count, the pitch. Strike 3 called. Froze him on that outer corner. And Rundy's got another strikeout of Jakonski. Logan's been very good today, his 4th strikeout of Nittany Lion hitters. And here comes DiMucci. Couple hits for Penn State. And they both came in the 4th inning. Score is 7-1 Iowa, as Rundy deals a strike to DiMucci at the bottom of the zone. DiMucci, a right-handed hitter for Penn State, as the 0-1 is a spinner hit on the ground, mowing the grass out to Mitchell at second base. Gable picks it up and throws it over to first. For out number 2, that came off the end of the bat, and Gable had to hang with it, taking some funny hops on the way out to him. 2 down for Hawker. Nine-hitter for Penn State. He bounced out to Schulte back in the 3rd. First pitch swinging is Hawker, and he sends one into the netting. Straight back, 0-1. I will have Swales, and then the top of the order, Mitchell and Risley, due up when we get to the 6th. 7-1 lead. Here's the 0-1 from Rundy. Breaking ball, looked good, and it was. Low and in for a strike, 0-2. Rundy quick pitching the 0-2, and he gets the strikeout. Rundy with a little swag as he hops off the mound, picking up his 2nd strikeout of the inning. He's up to 5 now, and the senior is dealing for the black and gold. We've played 5 in State College, Iowa 7, and Penn State 1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Much better day today so far for the Hawkeyes. Up 7-1 on Penn State as we move on to the 6th inning. 9-1-2 Swales, Mitchell, and Risley come to the plate for the black and gold. Great to hear from our Iowa baseball fans on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Chad is listening in Missouri. Everybody's giving me the temperature update. I must be talking a lot about how it's cold here, huh? 63 for Chad in Missouri. Grass is greening in Missouri. That's good news. I don't think we're to that stage in Iowa. We probably won't be if this blizzard really is all that it's cracked up to be. Swales is up for Iowa to lead off the 6th. Righty on righty matchup. Ben takes downstairs for a ball. Ben has been hot today, 2 for 2 with a pair of doubles. Hitters count for Swales. The 2-0. Ben cranked deep to left, but way out in front of it, and fouled it. I think the ball looks like a beach ball for Ben right now. Counts 2-1. That's down and in, ball 3. Bauerschmidt pitching for Penn State. He came in to get the final out of the 5th to relieve Hudson. 3-1 pitch, here it comes. That's down, ball 4. And for Iowa hitting, that's just the second walk drawn of the day, so they have really earned the traffic. Penn State pitching has not given Iowa much. Only 2 walks. Start to factor in free bases. That's where Iowa can get really dangerous. Here's the top of the order, Gable Mitchell. Bauerschmidt pitches. Gable takes down and in, breaking ball. Mitchell is 1 for 3 today. Tripled to start the game. Fly out and a ground out since then. Swales, the runner at first with nobody out. The 1-0 to Gable. Low. Bauerschmidt has not been able to find the zone in this 6th inning, and you expect that Iowa's patience will play a factor now. Up 7-1 in the 6th. Swales creeping towards second base at his lead at first. The 2-0. Outside, ball 3. Gable's one of those hitters. Could have the green light here. I'd be surprised, though. He's one that you'd allow maybe at least a yellow. The 3-0. Strike at the knees. 3-1. Gable leading the Big Ten in batting average at .465. Extended his hitting streak already today. The 3-1. That's low. Back-to-back walks to start the 6th. Now you start to make those free bases hurt a little bit. That's when the Hawkeyes can get some more good news. Miles Risley comes up. Going to take some time for Risley to get back into the swing of things, literally. Dealing with a hand injury, coming back from a hand injury. Oh for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. We'll see if Miles bunts here. First and second, nobody out. Seems like a really good spot to do that, but first we'll have a mound visit for Penn State. Mitchell's on-base streak up to 20 now for Iowa. Hitting streak ended a couple of weeks ago, but he's got that back up to 5. Caleb Wolf's on-base streak sits at 22. Hit streak for Wolfie at 6. Iowa takes advantage of this mound visit by Penn State and brings all their base runners and potential hitters together in front of the dugout. I will say the umpiring crew here really allows lengthy mound visits. I like to listen to them for a long time at least. I don't know if they're any longer than usual, but both umpires in the first 2 games of this series have gone in and listened to basically the entire conversation before breaking it up. All right, we'll see what Risley does. First and second for Iowa in the 6th, up 7-1. Nobody out. Bauerschmidt ready. A couple of walks. First pitch to Risley. Miles bunts it foul to the left side. Risley was injured the Florida Atlantic weekend trying to bunt. So I'm sure he's maybe a little timid. Trying to do a job, though, for Iowa in the 6th. Hasn't shown the bunt yet. Now he'll swing away and pull it foul past Coach Pearson at third. For now, the bunt appears to be off, and with 2 strikes, could assume the same. Caleb Wolf is on deck. He's 3 for 3, couple of singles and a home run for Wolfie. 0-2 on Risley, the pitch. Hit him. He didn't lean into that one. That caught him in the arm. There won't be any argument on this, and the bases will be loaded for Wolf. 3 free bases. Iowa senses blood in the water here. Bases juiced for the black and gold, and Caleb Wolf strolling to the box. Facing Bauerschmidt, who's walked 2 and hit 1. First pitch to Wolf. Caleb sends a chopper up the middle. This is double trouble. Yocker takes it to second for the force and then throws to first to get Wolf. It's a double play. Swales comes down the line to score. 8-1. Not great. So the double play for Penn State takes out 2, and Mitchell stands at third for Bryce Phelps. Phelps takes inside, raised his hands. I think the coaching staff wanted Caleb to maybe take a pitch or 2 after Bauerschmidt's been all over the place. Ball and no strikes on Phelps. The pitch. Breaking ball down, 2-0. (8-1) in the 6th. 2-0. That's low, ball 3. Red light for Bryce. Bauerschmidt ready, the pitch. Got that one across, 3-1. Phelps in the right-handed batter's box, ready with the 3-1. Here it comes, down and out. Ball 4. Tough luck for Iowa in this inning, hitting into a double play when the Penn State pitcher hasn't given much in the strike zone for Iowa to hit. And here comes Joey Nerret. Runners at the corners and 2 outs for Nerret. Nerret's been deadly with extra bases, a double and a home run today. 8-1 in the 6th. First pitch to Nerret's outside. Boy, I'm not sure that Iowa shouldn't have a straight take on here for a little bit. Right-hander warming up for the Nittany Lions in their bullpen, the 1-0. That's down. Nerret stepping out of the box to readjust his elbow guard. A little trouble with it. And now Joey's good to go back in the box. First and third for Iowa, top 6, 8-1 Hawks. Much better performance so far today. Count is 2-0, the pitch. Called strike. Bottom of the zone, the inside corner as well. 2-1, that's a good pitch from Bauerschmidt. And Nerret likely able to swing away if he sees something to hit. 2-1. And the pitch. Reached for it and hit it foul over to the left. 2-2. Phelps the runner at first. Mitchell over at left side at third. Here comes the 2-2. After a long pause from Bauerschmidt, he brings it home. Nerret sends on the ground into left field for a base hit. Here comes Mitchell. He'll score. Phelps headed for third. He's there. Throw coming into second. Joey Nerret's got another double. A hustle double for Nerret as he brings in another. 9-1 Hawks. Yawker was shifting at shortstop a little bit closer to second, and Nerret punched it right through. 2-out base hit again for the Hawks. Iowa has been very good today with 2 outs. Now 7 of 12. But considering all those stats, Iowa hasn't been great in this position. Runners in scoring position, 1 of 6. And the Hawkeyes have runners at second and third, 2 outs. Cooper Schulte will face a new Penn State pitcher when we come back from this pitching change break. Iowa in control, 9-1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Lions will bring in a right-hander to relieve Bauerschmidt. And they'll go with Mason Butash in for the Nittany Lions. Right-handed junior from Chantilly, Virginia. Butash comes in out of the bullpen and is making his 3rd appearance of the season. 2 2/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 runs. He's walked 4, struck out 3. Opponents batting .636 against him. He's had a tough go start this season. Iowa up 9-1 and 2 in scoring position for Cooper Schulte. There are 2 outs in the 6th. The first pitch to Schulte, outside. Missed with off speed. Butash spins a lot with runners in scoring position. That's the focus here. Schulte's got to be ready for that. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball dropped it in for a strike. Iowa hitters will be able to see the ball pretty good out of the hand of Butash. Relies on the fastball when there's not a ton of traffic, but in this situation with runners at second and third, expect to see the spin. Here comes the 1-1 to Schulte. Ground ball to third. Molinaro's got it. Weakly hit, thrown over to first to retire Schulte, and that'll do it for the Hawks in this inning. A couple more runs come across, but 2 more are left on. Joey Nerret with an RBI double. Caleb Wolf grounded into a double play, but brought in a run. Iowa had the bases loaded, nobody out. Felt like maybe they could have gotten more, but will certainly take the 2 runs, and we'll move on to the bottom of the 6th with Iowa leading 9-1. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get ready, Hawkeye fans. New head coach Ben McCullum and the Iowa men's basketball team are ready to hit the hardwood.
He's working hard into the corner. Catch, hits a 3. Oh, talk about catch and shoot.
Carver Hawkeye Arena is heating up. Witness the electrifying plays in person and be a part of the roaring Carver crowd. Take in all the action happening at Carver Hawkeye Arena by visiting HawkeyeSports.com on Iowa, and go Hawks.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Iowa leads Penn State 9-1 as we move on to the bottom of the 6th. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Top of the order up for Penn State. Last inning, they took Mercado out of the game, and they go with Maddox McDonald. So he will bat in the 6th for the Nittany Lions. Stands in from the right side. Mercado is 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts against Rundy. Rundy pitching cleanly through 5. He's on to the 6th now. McDonald smacks one in the air, right side, long run for all 3 Hawkeye defenders. And it ends up going out of play, foul. So far today, Rundy, 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run. He struck out 5 and has not walked a Penn State batter. Slider from Rundy missed, down and out. To Maddox McDonald, who was in the lineup yesterday, starting in the outfield. Batting .294, 5 of 17 in 8 games played. 2-1 pitch from Rundy. Missed just low, 2-2. 3-1 rather. 3-1 is the count. Next pitch from Rundy. Swung on and missed. McDonald late, 3-2. Rundy ready to roll. Here comes the 3-2 pitch to lead off the bottom of the 6th. Long pause from Logan. Now he's ready. Here it comes. Line sharply foul right side. Rundy is varying his delivery times. Sometimes he has a really long hold. Sometimes it's all a very quick and violent motion home. You see Kyle Olivo do that as well. 3-2. Chopped left side and foul. So McDonald putting together a nice at-bat for Penn State. That last pitch from Rundy was more the quick pitch style. See what he goes with here as he gets back on the rubber. Another payoff pitch on its way home to McDonald. Fouled off the hands to the right side. That one was high and tight. And Rundy's been hit with something here. As they've awarded McDonald first base. Rundy coming forward asking what's going on. Official call is catcher's interference. And so McDonald is on first base. And for the first time today, Penn State has their leadoff hitter on base in front of Michael Anderson. Rundy missed the outer edge. Nine to 1 is the lead in the bottom of the sixth for Iowa. The 1-0 pitch is foul on a line by Anderson. Anderson batting .321. He's got 17 hits and 53 at-bats, 21 runs batted in. He's walked 8 times. Get this, 8 home runs, no doubles, no triples. 8 of his 17 hits are home runs, and the rest of them are singles. 1-1 from Rundy. That's tapped to the left side foul. Nice bare hand play by the third base coach for Penn State. It's 1-2. Rundy's been up for the challenge today against Anderson, but always dangerous no matter the count. Nobody out, runner at first for Penn State. The 1-2, high. Two balls and 2 strikes now. Logan with a long pause from the belt delivers. Slider down and out. Ball 3. Hasn't really used the slider. It hasn't gotten too many chases from Penn State hitters today. Rundy has 5 strikeouts through 5 innings. Full count. Rundy's pitch. Blooped foul in the air to the right. Iowa has activity in the bullpen. Looks like Justin Hackett getting warm. Rundy is up over 80 pitches. See the end of his line coming. 3-2. Fouled back again. This would be a really nice 3-2 battle to win. We'll do it again, another 3-2 from Rundy. Here it comes. Drifted low, he missed ball 4. First walk of the day, second walk of the season for Rundy. And we'll see if Iowa sticks with him or makes a change. See some shuffling in the Iowa dugout. Heler has disappeared from my view from the top step. For now, looks like Iowa's sticking with Logan. Nobody out, runners at first and second in the sixth. First pitch past Burt and to the backstop. It was high. Max couldn't corral it. And now second and third for Penn State. And nobody out. That was just, I think, a lack of focus. See if Rundy can flush the start to this inning and settle back in. 9-1 in the bottom of the sixth. 2 in scoring position, nobody out. Next pitch is outside, 2-0. Time called. Here comes pitching coach Wes Obermueller. I think Rundy's a little bit frustrated here. Got to go calm him down. Hackett is the arm getting loose for Iowa. Might be Tate Slagle as well out there. So a freshman and a senior. Quick meeting from the Iowa pitching staff. Two balls and no strikes. We'll see if Coach Obermueller's words resonated with Rundy here. The pitch. Off the plate outside, ball 3. It's been a very good start for Logan. Might be out of gas, though. 3-0. Next pitch, green light for Barnett, and he fouled it back. 3-1. That might have been ball 4. Looked low and out. Close enough, I guess, for Barnett to think about it and swing at it. Maybe that gives Logan a quick boost of confidence to get back in the zone. Rundy set with runners at second and third. The pitch. Popped up, left side, over the Iowa dugout, foul. 3-2 now. Huge spot for Rundy. Can he come back? Barnett has a double today, one of Penn State's 2 hits. Full count. The delivery. Line drive, yanked foul over the right. Logan's been laboring in this inning, trying to get the first out of it. Another payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got Barnett to chase the changeup. Down and away. Rundy got him. 1 away for Jaden Davis. That might have bought Rundy another batter or 2. Still second and third for Penn State and 1 out. Rundy pitching to Davis. Fastball high. Logan still popping the mitt, low 90s. That one hit 90. 1 ball, no strikes on the Penn State second baseman. The pitch. Ground ball to second. Gable's there. Mitchell's got it. He'll go to first. Smart play. Trade the run for the out in an 8-run game. Davis grounds out, brings in a run. It's 9-2 now. Easy trade for the Hawkeye defense. And so with 2 outs and a runner at third, here comes Molinaro. 1 for 2. He got Penn State on the board in the fourth. Rundy's first pitch to him is a breaking ball called a strike. Good start for Logan to get ahead. Bottom of the 6th inning, Iowa 9, Penn State 2. Rundy waits and pitches and gets a swing and a miss, 0-2. Dugout will go nuts if Rundy can get out of this with limited damage. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch, ground ball, slow roller to short. Schulte's got it. He steps and throws. Wolf drops down to the splits and digs it out of the dirt. Great play by Schulte and Wolf. Nicely done by Logan Rundy to really limit the damage in that 6th inning. 1 run comes across for Penn State, but that's it. And Iowa takes a 9-2 lead to the 7th inning. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Top of the 7th inning, Iowa 9-2 over Penn State. Trying to even up the series and force a rubber game tomorrow. Noon, first pitch Central Time against the Nittany Lions. Be on the air at 11:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Expect that to be the end of the road for Logan Rundy, who twirled a gem for the Hawkeyes today. 6 innings. 2 hits. Couple of runs across for Penn State, but Rundy is arguably his best start of the season. Here's Brett White facing Butash. And the spinner is in for strike 1. White making his first start for Iowa this year. A 2-run home run his last time up. Fastball sailed outside, 1-1. Iowa has hit 3 home runs today, matching a season high. Ball and a strike. The pitch to White. That's letter high for a ball. Hit 3 against Platteville. 3 against Lindenwood. Two balls and a strike. Next pitch is out. 3-1. Butash, the right-handed reliever, delivers. Inside corner, 3-2. White went after it and missed it. High outside fastball. Couldn't catch up to it. He strikes out for the first out of the 7th. Hawkeyes will have a pinch hitter now. Mitch Wood is going to bat for Max Burt. Wood has been Iowa's DH the past week and a half. Got the day off today to give way to Bryce Phelps, who's done a nice job. Wood batting from the right side. First pitch to him. Waved at and missed. Breaking ball to start. Wood hitting .387, 12 hits and 31 at-bats. 3 home runs for Wood. It's been pure spin from Butash. Iowa not able to draw contact. Wood 0-2 now. Butash ready, and he brings it home. Wood skies this to left. It's shallow. Left fielder coming forward. Wind playing with it a bit, and it popped out of his glove. Jakonski had it hit him right in the palm, and it popped out of there and fell to the grass, and Wood is on. Possibly a tough play with the wind. No question with the wind, but also maybe looking into the sun. Boy, that was right in Jakonski's glove, and it came out of there. And so Wood is at first base, and we'll see Ben Swales now. Swales 2 for 2, 2 doubles and a walk. He's been very good. And his discipline has been exceptional. His first at bat, he doubled on the first pitch that he saw from Ben Hudson. Had a much longer at bat in the fourth before doubling. The 1-0 inside, ball 2 from Butash. Time called, and looks like Matt Delgado is going to enter the game now for Mitch Wood. So Delgado in for Wood, who was in to hit for Burt. So Delgado will go to catch now, but he'll run first. 2 balls and no strikes on Swales. Hitters count for Ben. The pitch, high, ball 3. Score is 9-2. Iowa up by 7 in the 7th. Top of the order, Gable Mitchell on deck. .30. That caught the edge, 3-1. Butash ready, the 3-1 pitch. Ben hits in the air to left. Jakonski coming forward. He catches this one. And Delgado sprints back to first base. As Swales is out number 2. Butash ran that one inside a bit, and Swales got a decent chunk of it, but couldn't get it down. 2 outs for Mitchell. Butash brings it home in the dirt. Delgado will be sticking around first base. Gable 1 for 3 with a triple and a walk today. He's up with 2 outs. Got his hips and hands started. Didn't go after a fastball in the outer third for his strike. 1-1. See where Iowa turns out of the bullpen when we get to the bottom of the 7th. The lead is 7 at 9-2. The pitch up and away. Iowa with 13 hits today, 8 of them for extra bases. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Gable. That's low, ball 3. Miles Risley on deck. We'll see if Iowa can get to him in the 7th. Gable, a very eager, willing hitter. See what he is ready for on 3-1, the pitch. He swings and lines it into left field for a base hit, dropping in front of Jakonski. Second hit of the day for Gable. This one's a single, and we will see Risley in the 7th. Solid contact from Gable to go opposite field. Here's Risley, first and second and 2 outs. The pitch to Miles. Bounced in front of the plate, no advancement of the runners. Good block there behind the dish by DiMucci. Miles hit by a pitch in the 6th. Batting .321 on the season, looking for his first hit of the day. The 1-0. Off speed, dropped in for a strike. Evening the count now. Miles, a very good hitter last year. As he laces this one over the shortstop's head and into left. They're going to send Delgado around third. Here comes the throw, cut off, and so Delgado will score. Coach Pearson with an aggressive wave around third. I don't think Delgado was thinking that he was going to get the wave, and he did, and was able to score from second as Risley picks up the RBI single. This also coming with 2 outs. Iowa up 10-2 in the 7th. And plenty of speed on the base paths now for Caleb Wolf with 2 outs. Risley and Mitchell out there. Pitch to Caleb. Check swing. He did not go. Laid off a pitch high. Wolf, one of 2 Iowa hitters with 3 hits today. He and Joey Nerret. 2 singles and a home run for Wolf. A ball and no strikes. The pitch is outside. 2-0 now. Caleb's batted in a run. He's scored 2 himself. He's got 2 RBIs on a double play and then obviously his home run. 2 balls, no strikes. Spin move and throw to second. Gable was all over it, and he's back. Hitters count for Wolf if he finds something he likes. The pitch. Spinner down in the dirt. Red light now for Caleb. Pleased with the response today. Iowa up 10-2. Looking for a wire-to-wire victory. And there's a strike down the heart of the plate, 3-1. Caleb will get a chance to swing it now if Butash comes back into the zone. (3-1) to Wolf. Outside ball 4. Bases will be loaded for Bryce Phelps. 10-2 ball game. Nittany Lions have an arm getting loose in the bullpen. It's another right-hander. Time called by Penn State. And looks like the Nittany Lions are making a change. We'll see a new pitcher in the 7th coming from Penn State's bullpen. Iowa 10 and Penn State 2. We'll let you know who it is coming up after this pitching change break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
New pitcher into the game for Penn State is a right-handed freshman from North Andover, Massachusetts. This is Robert Brown III, and he will come in to make his third appearance of the season with a 15 flat ERA, a 0-1 record. 3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 5 runs. He's walked 2, struck out 1, given up a double and a home run. Opponents batting .385 against Robert Brown III. And he comes in. Iowa's got the bases loaded and 2 outs for Bryce Phelps. We're in the 7th, and it's 10-2 Iowa. A lot of spin, slider and curveball from Brown. He likes to rely on that. Hasn't had a ton of success landing the curveball for a strike. And the slider has a little bump at the top. See if Phelps can identify it early on here. Bases loaded for the Hawks, up by 8 in the 7th. Phelps has been solid for Iowa today, getting the start at DH. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. Hawkeye on every base. Breaking ball is down in the dirt for a ball. Good idea maybe for Bryce to see a pitch or two. This is very strange delivery from Brown. The 1-0. Bryce hits on the ground, too short. Yawker throws to third to get the out. Risley forced out there. Good play by Yawker at shortstop. Iowa unable to come through with the bases loaded. Another run comes across and a Miles Risley RBI single. And we'll stretch things out. 7th inning stretch and go to the bottom of the 7th. Iowa 10 and Penn State 2. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hawkeye Nation, the wait is over. Carver Hawkeye Arena is calling, and the Iowa men's basketball team is ready to light it up under new head coach Ben McCullum. It's his first year at the helm, and the Hawks are ready to fly with high-octane style of play that will leave you on the edge of your seat. Single game tickets are on sale now. Secure your seat, bring the energy, and help give the Hawks the home court advantage. Head to HawkeyeSports.com and grab your tickets today. Let's pack Carver and make this season one to remember. Go Hawks!
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Bottom of the 7th inning in State College. Iowa out in front 10-2 on Penn State, looking to even the series with the Nittany Lions and have a shot to win it tomorrow. Logan Rundy's day is done. A really nice start. He's in line for the win for the Hawkeyes today as he gives way to freshman right-hander Tate Slagle. Slagle in from Algona. And Tate will be making his 7th appearance, team-high 7th appearance of the season. The .476 ERA. He picked up a win last weekend. 5 2/3 innings pitched for Tate. 5 hits allowed, 3 runs, 2 walks. He has struck out 8 Opponents batting .217 against the freshman. Schlegel's got a big-time fastball, low 90s. He'll rip the slider off of that as well. Got the win against Lindenwood on Sunday. Pitched the 10th, 1-2-3 inning. And he makes his Big Ten debut against the Nittany Lions here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Iowa up by 8. Couldn't get that final blow offensively in the 7th. And so we'll turn things over to Schlegel in the 7th. He faces Porter first. Righty on righty matchup. First pitch from Tate is on its way. And it's a called strike on the outer part of the zone. No balls and a strike on Porter, who's 0 for 2 today with a fly out and a ground out. Next pitch from Schlegel. He spiked that in front of the plate, 1-1. Closing the book on Logan Rundy. A very fine start for Logan. 6 innings, 2 hits. 2 runs, 1 of them was earned. He struck out 6 and only walked 1, facing 23 batters. 97 pitches, 65 of them for strikes. A great outing for Rundy. Schlegel off the mark high, and it's 2-1 on Porter. Next pitch from Schlegel is swung on and missed, 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. Tate from the windup brings it home. Here's a spinner, hit right back up over his head. Mitchell, tough play, quick throw to first. It's in time to get Porter hustling down the line. That hopped over Schlegel's head and took a funny kick on Gable as he was charging it. He got over towards second base and then came forward. Gable able to stick with it and make the play. Here's Jesse Jakonski with 1 out. Schlegel starts him off with a fastball for a strike. Schlegel, a super athlete at Algona. Great football player and wrestler. 0-1. That's low and away. Got by Delgado. Quiet day for Jakonski after the big home run yesterday. 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Here's a ground ball up the middle. Schulte running over. It got through into center. Cooper had a long run. And the final hop, he just didn't get his feet over. And it got through. And that will go down as an E6, unfortunately, for Schulte. And a runner on for the Nittany Lions in the bottom of the 7th. Joey DiMucci is up. Schlegel from the stretch now delivers. So a nice job starting ahead, and he does so there with 91-mile-an-hour fastball up and in. DiMucci 0 for 2 today, average down to 179 for him. Fly out and a ground out. Schlegel has forced a couple of ground balls. One got through on the error. The other was a assist from Mitchell Wolf. Fastball up and in. 1-1. Could use another ground ball here and see if the Hawkeyes can turn 2. Short lead at first. Don't anticipate Penn State to be going anywhere. Longer pause from Schlegel. Now he brings it home. He spun it in there for a strike, 1-2. Good-looking pitch from Tate. Schlegel in the driver's seat, a ball and 2 strikes. The pitch. Got a piece of it and fouled it back. We'll do it once more at 1-2. Schlegel from the belt, grips it and rips it. Swing and a miss. DiMucci chased the slider, and Schlegel picks up his first strikeout of this outing. 2 down in the Penn State 7th. That thing started outside and whipped even further away, and DiMucci could not resist. And here's Preston Yawker. Two outs in the inning for Penn State. It's 10-2 Iowa. Yawker, first pitch swinging, drilled it foul in the air. Yawker 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Top of the order, McDonald is on deck. Schlegel trying to work through a clean 7th. Iowa up by 8. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Dirty. Buried the slider, and Yawker was fooled. Tate can go anywhere. He's been on with both pitches right now. The 0-2 is on its way. He slipped out of the hand and fell funny off the mound as well. The pitch sailed up and in. Didn't have a chance there, 1-2. It's been all spin against Yawker. We'll see what Tate throws on the 1-2 delivery. Here it comes. Spun him again. Outside this time. Yawker held up. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tate's ready. The pitch. High. Missed with the fastball. 3-2 now. Tate was in a good spot, 0-2. Now things all full. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Change up from Schlegel. It dropped right off the table. Great pitch from Tate. He gets the strikeout. Back-to-back Ks to end the 7th. And we'll push along to the 8th now. 10-2, Iowa with the lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This scoreboard update is brought to you by Community Choice Credit Union. High fees, unfair charges, no early paydays. No bank you. Become an unbanker instead at Community Choice. As we look around the Big Ten, plenty of action around the league. A lot of double headers today, trying to get ahead of the blizzard impacting the Midwest. Shocker, USC with another shutout victory, their 5th of the season, a 2-0 win over Northwestern in Evanston, so they've clinched the series. The Trojans have. Nebraska 6-3 over Maine. Those are a couple of finals. Other games going on. Minnesota and Illinois playing a game at rapid pace. It is 1-0 Minnesota in the bottom of the 9th. That game started well after ours. Michigan State 9-3 over Rutgers in the 8th as the Spartans look to even up that series. Purdue 8, Maryland 6. The Boilers got out to an 8-1 lead. Maryland has scored the last 5 to bring things closer. That's in the 7th inning. USC and Northwestern are underway in the next game of their doubleheader. Northwestern on the board first in that one, scoring in the 1st inning, and now leading USC 1-0, bottom of the 5th. Joey Nerret leading off this 8th inning for Iowa. As Brown missed inside, it's 2-1. Brown is the 3rd reliever in the game for Penn State. Still have a couple of good arms out there, but not going to use them in a game that is 10-2 in the 8th. Nerret's working with an even count now, 2-2. Joey's had a nice day, 2 doubles and a home run. He's driven in 3. 2-2 to Nerret. Swing and a miss. Brown strikes him out to start the 8th. One out for Schulte. He's 1 for 4. Picked up his first hit in the 5th. It was a single. He would later score. A couple of groundouts for Coop. As he cranks this to deep center. McDonald running back, and it's over his head. Bounces off the base of the wall. Coop will fly in with a 1-out double. Destroyed that ball. 106 off the bat. Straightaway center over McDonald's head. One of the hardest hit balls of the year by an Iowa hitter. Another extra base hit for the Hawks. Here's Brett White. He takes one in around shin level, just about hit by it. Schulte is responsible for several of Iowa's highest exit velo marks. White takes a strike. Schulte's got a few hits of 107, 108, 109 off the bat. That one was 106. The 1-1. White swings and misses 1-2. 10-2 Hawks in the 8th. Much better performance today. Got off the bus and got after it. Going to have an opportunity, more than likely, to take the series tomorrow. Noon first pitch against Penn State, Central Time, 11:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. As Brown strikes out White. Brown's been all right out of the Penn State bullpen. Iowa hitters have struggled with him. At least the left-handers have. And here's Matt Delgado. First at bat of the day for Delgado. He pinch ran for Mitch Wood in the 7th, who pinch hit for Max Burt. Delgado's been in since then doing the catching. Schulte out there at second. 2 away. First pitch, breaker for a strike. Wind has died down rather significantly as the flags are resting on their poles in left center. 0-1 to Delgado. That's high. Count even at 1 for Delgado. Runner in scoring position for him and 2 outs. The pitch from Brown. Outside, got by the catcher. And so Schulte will jog to third. 16 hits for Iowa today, 9 of them for extra bases. They've stayed above the halfway mark. More than half of their hits have been extra bases, for extra bases. 7 of 17 with runners on, and 9 of 16 with 2 outs. Schulte at third, 2 balls and a strike for Delgado. 2 outs, the pitch. Floated high. Swales in the on-deck circle for Iowa. He's been spectacular for the Hawkeyes today. Counts 3-1 on Delgado. Next pitch. Delgado hit in the air down the right field line. That'll angle foul out of play. Payoff pitch to Delgado. That's low and out, ball 4. So Matt is on. Penn State will throw right-hander Isaiah Shader tomorrow. 0-2 with a 14.34 ERA. Iowa has as it's had to do all season, TBD for tomorrow. Unsure of who the Hawkeyes will start. Here's Ben Swales. A couple of doubles for him today. First and third for Swales with 2 outs. Ben hits this in the air to right. Ballpark's going to keep it. Porter in front of the track reaches up and makes the catch for the third out, and the score remains 10-2. We'll bring you the bottom of the 8th after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Tate Slagle returning to the mound for Iowa. His second inning of work. Did a nice job in the 7th. A couple of strikeouts for Tate. And he'll pitch to the top of the Penn State order. McDonald, Anderson, and Barnett, unless the Nittany Lions make any changes. It is 10-2 Iowa as we move along to the bottom of the 8th inning. For all things college baseball, including live games and talk shows, tune into Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, streaming on the Sirius XM app. Maddox McDonald making his way to the box. We're getting set to roll in the bottom of the 8th. Slagle up to 10 strikeouts in his Iowa career through 6 2/3. Pretty good clip for the rookie. McDonald to lead it off. Righty on righty matchup. Tate's first pitch to him is below the knees. McDonald reached on catcher's interference back in the 6th. He's been playing center field since the middle innings. The 1-0 is down. 2 balls and no strikes. think Iowa's plan would be to roll with Tate the rest of the way in this one. Preserve the bullpen arms for tomorrow. See what Iowa does from a pitching perspective. The 2-0. That's low again, ball 3. Listed as TBD for tomorrow. Got a lot of options. Tyler Guerin, Maddox Freeze. Still haven't used Hackett or Husak. Kyle Olivo, certainly an option. 3-0 is just low and in for ball 4. 4-pitch walk to start the 8th. Not ideal. Tate will take a moment on the backside of the mound and regroup. 8-run lead in the 8th. And the dangerous Michael Anderson coming up. Schlegel's first pitch is fouled off. Good cut from Anderson. Good start for Tate to get ahead. 0-1. Got to be careful. But still in attack mode. Here's the 0-1. Slider down and out. Iowa's pounded out 16 hits, left 11 on. Penn State 2 hits today, 4 left on. The 1-1. Good front door breaking ball. Anderson took it for a strike, 1-2. Iowa scored a run in each of the first 3 innings. Penn State got one back in the 4th, and then Iowa started to tack on more. 4 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. And Iowa leads it 10-2. Ball and 2 strikes on Anderson. Schlegel set, long pause from the belt, he brings it home. Swing and a miss, he got Anderson. High heat. Big strikeout from Schlegel. His 3rd in this game, and there's 1 away for Barnett. Barnett stands in from the left side. Schlegel missed low. Hard-throwing freshman right-hander. Runner at first and 1 out for Penn State, bottom of the 8th. Ball and no strikes. Next pitch from Tate. Caught the corner, low and outside, 1-1. Iowa has the top of its order due up in the 9th when we get there. Mitchell, Risley, Wolf. One pitch off the edge away from the left-handed hitting Barnett. 2 balls and a strike. Middle infield pinched. Double play, depth and distance. Looking for a ground ball. The 2-1. Just off the edge outside. 3-1 now. Schlegel's fallen behind. The 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Went upstairs with it. 3-2. Now Tate going for his 2nd strikeout of the inning. 3-2. With 1 out. Here's Schlegel's pitch. High and away, ball 4. Ended up walking him. Couple of free bases in this inning from Tate. Back on track against Davis, we'll see. Iowa has a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. And looks like Iowa's going to make a change as Coach Heler is headed to the mound. Looks like it's Bo Leisure loosening and getting ready to come into the game as Tate Schlegel's day is done, and the Hawkeyes will make a change in the bottom of the 8th. Iowa 10, Penn State 2, and a couple runners on for the Nittany Lions and 1 out. We'll give you Bo's breakdown when we come back from this pitching change break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
Iowa turns to Bo Leisure, right-handed junior from Knoxville, Iowa. Leisure will come into the game in the 8th. A couple runners on for Penn State and 1 out. Leisure with a 6.23 ERA will be making his 6th appearance. 4 1/3 innings pitched for Leisure, 2 hits, 3 runs. He's walked 4, struck out 8. Opponents batting .125. Against the tall right-handed reliever who is into the game now to relieve Tate Schlegel. Schlegel had a great 7th inning. Walked a couple guys here in the 8th, and so Coach Heler went out to get him. And Leisure will come in now. Just at this point, up 10-2, get in the strike zone. And let your great defense behind you make plays. Iowa's played relatively clean baseball today. Just 1 error. Tough play for Schulte at short. Leisure is ready to go. He'll face Davis. A ground ball away from getting through this 8th inning. Iowa had been in possibly run rule territory. Back-to-back games. Penn State was in that territory yesterday, up 9-0. Iowa had their opportunities today, but it looks like we'll have to play out the full one today. Davis is up, standing in from the right side. Leisure delivers a strike. Good start from Bo. Leisure's 0-1 pitch is hit in the air, shallow center. Risley camped underneath it. Miles has it, no problem. 2 down. Nicely done by Leisure. Went off speed, and Davis flies out to center. 2 down now for Molinaro. Provided a big test right in the middle of this Nittany Lion order. 4th year with the program, redshirt junior. Leisure spun him low for a ball. Next pitch from Leisure also missed. Molinaro starting his career at St. John's, but redshirting there and then coming to Penn State. 2-0. Leisure's fallen behind with 2 outs. Runners at first and second for Penn State. Next pitch, outside, ball 3. Leisure tries to get it over, and he does. 3-1. Mitchell, Iowa's second baseman, playing behind the bag. Hawkeyes are shifted over to the left. 3 balls and a strike. Leisure ready. Here it comes. Bottom of the zone, called a strike. Molinaro thought he was headed to first base on the walk. 3-2. Not a lot of fastballs from Leisure, mainly spin right now. Full count. Runners will be on the go. Next pitch from Leisure. That was in the dirt. Bases loaded for Penn State, and here comes Jack Porter. Got to get in the strike zone. 3 walks in the inning. Logan Rundy issued only 1. And the walks have popped up in the 8th. 10-2 Hawkeyes. As Leisure pitches to Porter. Fastball outside, missed. Like to see a clean finish to the game. Iowa has played very well today. Ball and no strikes. The pitch from Bo. Low, ball 2. I'd like to see Bo take a second off the rubber. He's just quickly right back on it. Needs to regroup. Sounds like Matt Delgado might have gotten that call from the dugout. He's headed to the mound to talk with his pitcher. Really don't want to have to bring in another pitcher in this one. It's 10-2. And Delgado settles down Leisure, and we're ready for play. Two balls, no strikes on the Penn State right fielder. Leisure just about hit him inside, ball 3. Got to find a way to get one over now. No place to put him. 3-0. Got it in for a strike. 3-1. Leisure quickly on the rubber. He's ready. He kicks and fires. Outside, ball 4. Walked in a run. Got to find a way to throw strikes. 4 walks in the inning. Head scratching. And Iowa has given Penn State a run back, 10-3. And here's Jesse Jakonski. Start ahead, and he does. Dropped a breaking ball in there, 0-1. Bases are still loaded for Penn State and 2 outs. Don't need anything funny at the end of this game. Leisure's 0-1 pitch. Stayed upstairs, evening the count. Jakonski is 0 for 3 today, reached on an error in the 7th. Leisure continuing to work rapidly. Iowa staff maybe trying to slow him down a bit. The 1-1. Check swing. He did not go, they said. On a pitch in the dirt, 2-1. Now Iowa's got some activity in the bullpen. Would love to see Bo get this himself. 2-1. There it is. Bottom of the zone for a called strike. 2-2. It's Joe Husak getting loose for Iowa. Leisure ready with the 2-2. Here it comes. That's smacked foul in the air, right side. And once again, count 2-2. Leisure's pitch. Fouled back. Bo takes no time getting back to his spot in front of the rubber and ready to go. Bases loaded for the Nittany Lions in the 8th. 10-3 is the score. Iowa in front. The 2-2. High, ball 3. I think one way or another this will be it for Bo. Full count, runners on the go. The pitch. Fouled back. See what Bo feels comfortable throwing on a full count pitch. Needs to be a strike. Here it comes. Missed low. Ball 4. Man, oh man. Ten to 4 and the bases stay loaded. It's got to be it, I think. Iowa did not want to have to go to Joe Husak, but really have no choice now. And Coach Heler is headed to the mound. 10 to 4, Iowa leading by 6. The bases loaded and 2 outs for Penn State. And a new pitcher coming into the game for Iowa. We'll take a pitching change break and be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for nonstop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Iowa goes to the bullpen once again. Grad senior Joe Husak is in. He's from Cambridge, Iowa. Transfer in from Illinois State. Husak ready to pitch for Iowa. Brought in to be the Hawkeyes' closer. Husak will be making his 7th appearance of the season. That'll match the team high. 2.79 ERA for Joe. 9 2/3 innings pitched. 8 hits, 3 runs, 12 strikeouts, no walks. A whip of .83. Opponents batting .235 against Joe. So Husak comes in, tough spot, bases loaded, but 2 outs. And he'll pitch to Joey DiMucci. Couple runs across for Penn State via bases loaded walk. Been 5 walks in the inning. Iowa has given Penn State a couple runs. It's now 10 to 4. And boy, unfortunately, you're one swing of the bat from it feeling pretty gross. Avery Smith will be the batter instead of DiMucci. And Husak taking as much time as he needs to get loose here. I think he's good to go. All right, let's roll. Smith was yesterday's catcher for Penn State. He had a couple of hits. They elected to go with DiMucci today. Smith is one of the top 5 hitters on the team for Penn State. He's actually third at 296, 8 for 27. And he comes up with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 8th. 10-4, Iowa holding on to the lead. First pitch from Husak is outside for a ball. Righty on righty matchup. Husak ready, the 1-0. Got a strike call in the outer part of the plate. Some movement on that 1-1. Joe got ready in a hurry, and he comes in the 8th. Trying to work out of a bases-loaded jam for the Hawkeyes. Next pitch. Just high and in, 2-1. It's been a very well-played game by Iowa through 7+ innings. Getting a little strange now. The 2-1 is hit in the air to right. White moving back in front of the track, though. Brett's got it, and he makes the play for the 3rd out. Joe Husak, steady as they come. He comes in and settles things down and clears the water. 2 runs across for Penn State. It's 10-4. Iowa with the lead. We'll bring you the 9th after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
Penn State gets a couple back in the 8th inning, tightening the Iowa lead to 6, 10-4 as we move on to the 9th inning. And Gable Mitchell will lead things off along with Miles Risley and Caleb Wolf. And they'll face a new pitcher for Penn State, Harrison Lawlin. Lawlin making his 3rd appearance of the season. Thrown a couple of innings. Given up a hit, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Opponent's about 143 against Lawlin. Not giving up a run in those 2 innings. Right-hander into the game for Penn State. Fastball heavy pitcher, does have a curveball, over the top delivery. And he's done with his warm-up pitches, and we're ready to go in the 9th. Iowa's led wire to wire today. Very nice answer to Penn State's win yesterday. And Mitchell stands in to get us started in the 9th. Gable's got a couple hits. He's also drawn a walk. A little bit of a delay to start the inning as Lawlin needs a new pitch comm. Today's game started at 2 o'clock local time. Moved along okay for the first 5 innings or so, and man, this game has really been dragging along now. well over 3 hours. First inning was slow. I remember that. 2 through 5, a little bit quicker, and now just dragging on, and a 10-4 lead for Iowa in the ninth. Sixth plate appearance for Mitchell today. Iowa's offense has been on target. Gable skies one to right. Ballpark will hold it as Porter's underneath it for the first out of the ninth inning. One out for Risley. Risley singled in a run in the seventh inning. Risley ready, and the first pitch to him is off the plate outside. Lawlin missed up and away that time to Risley. 2 balls and no strikes on Miles. Iowa's peppered Penn State with 16 hits today. And a 10-4 lead. Risley takes up and in. Ball 3. To Risley's right down the middle, 3-1. Penn State with 4 runs. They have 2 hits today. Got a couple of their runs from 5 walks in the 8th inning. 3-1. Risley took upstairs for a ball, and he'll walk. On for the 3rd straight time now after he was hit in the 6th, singled in the 7th, and walked now in the 9th. It brings up Caleb Wolf. Pickoff move to first, was in the dirt. Nice play by Barnett to prevent that from going past him and into the corner. Risley back. First pitch to Wolf. Breaking ball called a strike, outside corner. Nobody throwing in Iowa's bullpen, so it looks like the Hawkeyes will stick with Husak to close this out. Hopefully he can be efficient and stay on the board tomorrow. 0-1. Wolf hits on the ground to short. Yockers got it, flipped to second for 1, over to first. Not in time. Wolf beat that out, hustling down the line. Bit of a disjointed turn there at the bag at second. Allowing Caleb to get down the line. 2 outs for Bryce Phelps. Phelps in the box. Swings and misses at the first pitch that he sees from Lawlin. Not much of a lead at first for Wolf. Don't anticipate him going anywhere. 0-1 to Phelps. Breaking ball. Started high and dropped in the top of the zone. 0-2. Lawlin ahead of Phelps. Bryce has been on a couple times today. And here's the 0-2. Got a piece of it, knocked it back into the netting. Phelps hanging tough at 0-2. Lawlins' pitch is down and away. Bryce could write that one off pretty quickly. Ball and 2 strikes. That's the count on Phelps. The pitch. Outside again, 2-2. Joey Nerret's in the on-deck circle. He's had a productive day. And we'll see him if Phelps can find a way on. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Wolf, the runner, at first base. Lawlins set. The right-hander pitches. And Bryce poked it foul over to the right side. Big gap in left center for Bryce. 2-2. Up and away, ball 3. Wolf, the runner, at first. On a 3-2 count with 2 outs, he takes off, and the pitch is high for ball 4. And so we will see Joey Nerret stroll to the box. He's clubbed a couple of doubles, and he banged a home run. 10-4 Iowa in the 9th. Righty on lefty matchup. First pitch to Nerret. That's in there for strike 1. Back tomorrow at noon, Central Time against Penn State. Iowa in the driver's seat looking to even the series now. This pitch kicked away from the catcher all the way towards the Iowa dugout left side. And both runners will advance. Iowa with the TBD designation on their starting pitcher tomorrow. See Nick Terhar in that Sunday spot. Still have Kyle Olivo, Maddox Freeze out there, Justin Hackett. See if the Hawkeyes have burned Husak. He'll have to pitch the 9th. Ball and a strike on Nerret, the pitch. In on the hands, just about hit him. Ball 2. Freeze has the second most innings pitched on the team at 18, but hasn't really been a starter. Does not have a start on the season. 2-1. Nerret hits on the ground to first and through into the outfield. Barnett couldn't make the play. 1 run in for Iowa. Wolf scores. And here comes Phelps touching home as Nerret blasted one through first. And it's 12-4 Hawkeyes. Couple more runs across. Wolf and Phelps score. Nerret credited with a single there. And so he adds 2 more RBIs to his total. Up to 5 now for Joey. And a 12-4 lead. Now Iowa feels even safer adding to the lead. Schulte in the box. He's down quickly, 0-2. Righty on righty matchup, the 0-2 to Schulte. About a 70% swing. Got a piece of it to stay alive. That's what you got to do with 2 strikes. Protect that strike zone. Another 0-2. Uppercut swing from Coop, and he fouled it back. Iowa with 17 hits today have drawn 8 walks, 7 strikeouts, 9 extra base hits. Very good day for the offense. 0-2. That's a... Coach Sutherland will join us on the post-game show as he will try to find his way up here to the media section of the press box. Ball and 2 strikes on Schulte. The pitch is lined into left field, over Yawker's head and down for a base hit. 3rd hit of the day for Schulte. And Brett White will come up. First and second, 2 outs, 12-4 Iowa. In the 9th. White gave it a look and fouled it back. Iowa with 18 hits, second most of the season. Here's a blooper into center. That's down in front of the center fielder and behind the second baseman. White hustling for second base, and he's there as Nerret scores and Schulte gets to third. White picks up his 2nd hit of the game and an RBI on a bloop into center. And White was hustling right off the bat. And he winds up at second base. 13-4, Iowa with the lead in the 9th. And a couple more in scoring position and 2 outs for Matt Delgado. Delgado gives it a good cut and fouled it back. $19 hits for Iowa, the most against a D1 opponent. (0-1). Delgado watched it drop down in the dirt. Previous season high was against Northeastern. 16 hits Iowa cranked out against the Huskies the opening weekend. 1-1, Delgado ripped it back to the screen. Only been 5 games this season. 5 of the 18 games that Iowa has played in that the Hawkeyes have not gotten to double-digit hits. That's why they lead the Big Ten. Next pitch to Delgado is down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Delgado looking to get in on the fun here. 2-2. Lawlin is ready. The pitch. Strike 3 called. Matt watched it. Fastball, outer third. I think he was expecting something else. Couple runners left on. Iowa adds 3 more. We'll bring you the bottom of the 9th inning. Iowa leading 13-4. Back in a second. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. Proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. All right, Iowa feels much better now heading into the bottom of the ninth, 13-4 with the lead. The Hawkeyes have led wire to wire. Penn State showed some signs of life, especially in that eighth inning when Iowa walked 5 Nittany Lion hitters. Got a little funny there in that inning, but Joe Husak able to come in and calm things down, steady the waters, and he'll look to close it out now. I guess if we're getting a little bit greedy, we can hope that Husak is efficient so that he can stay on the board for tomorrow. But Iowa still has several of its premier bullpen arms ready to roll tomorrow. We'll see who Iowa elects to start. I have not started Maddox Freeze yet this year, but maybe he gets the nod tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. Truly do not know who the Hawkeyes are going to start tomorrow. 9-1-2, Yawker, McDonald, and Anderson. Husak pitching, the 1-0. Here's a line drive to right, and right to Brett White. White makes the catch, one away in the ninth. And we'll flip to the top of the order for Penn State. McDonald is up. McDonald's been on twice, and when he's gotten on, he's scored. Husak zipped a fastball at 93, just down. Out of the windup, the 1-0. Similar spot, but over the plate and called a strike. Count even at 1, the pitch from Husak. Missed high. Two and 1 to McDonald. Righty on righty matchup. McDonald from San Antonio in the box. Skies one down the right field line. Iowa giving chase, but the Hawkeyes will pull up as that finds the seats foul. Two, fouled back. Husak peering over his glove, and now he delivers the 2-2 pitch. High fly ball, shallow left center. It's Miles Risley, the quarterback of the outfield, to make the play for the second out of the inning. And with 2 outs, we'll see Coach Heler make his way to the mound. Iowa's going to make a pitching change. They might be doing exactly what we've talked about, what we've thought. Want to save Husak for tomorrow. Justin Hackett is rapidly getting ready for the Hawkeyes in the bullpen, and Hackett will come in to record the final out of today's game. Don't mind the idea from Coach Heler. Let's save Joe for tomorrow. Husak comes in, does a nice job for the Hawkeyes, and Iowa will make a pitching change with 2 outs in the 9th. Justin Hackett coming into the game. Will get you his stats after this pitching change break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Go for the big Honda savings at your local Honda dealer. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are in stock and on sale. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. And KBB.com's Best Value and Performance brand. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
Justin Hackett into the game for Iowa. He will look to record the final out of today's game. Iowa leads at 13-4 in the 9th. Hackett to pitch, making his 7th appearance of the season with an 8.49 ERA. 11 2/3 innings pitched for Justin. He's given up 13 hits, 11 runs, 8 walks, 12 strikeouts, 277 opponent batting average. Those numbers might not seem great, and on paper they're not great, especially for Justin's standards and what he's expecting from himself this season. But he's really come into some tough spots. I think every weekend he's been the firefighter. And so in this situation, he comes in with nobody on, 2 outs, just here to get 1 out. And we'll hopefully still have him on the board tomorrow. Opportunity there to preserve Joe Husak. Husak came in to pitch what ended up being 1 inning, and he only threw 12 pitches, so he should be good to go tomorrow. Clean slate for Joe. An inning, no hits, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. And here is Hackett pitching to Anderson. Fastball away to start the at-bat. This is power on power here. Hackett floats upstairs for a ball. Justin's fastball, mid to low 90s. Anderson, the power hitter for Penn State. 2 balls and no strikes. Hackett ready to pitch. Low. (3-0). Hackett's pitch to Anderson is low and out, a 4-pitch walk. Okay, don't love that. And we'll see Barnett. A couple of veterans meeting on the mound now as Delgado goes out there to talk to Hackett. Very quick. Very quick chat. Wipe it away and start anew against Barnett here. Runner takes off for second. The pitch is a called strike. Anderson takes one. Takes second base. Sure. No balls and a strike on Barnett. Hackett ready, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased one in the dirt. 0-2. Penn State down to its final strike in the ninth. 13-4. Iowa with the lead. Hackett looks in for the sign. He's got it. Now he comes set from the belt. Justin. He pumps it low. Barnett did not chase after that. Ball and 2 strikes. Hackett ready, feels it and deals it, and gets a swing and a miss from Barnett. Strike 3, and that'll do it. Iowa takes care of business today with a great response to even the series. A 13-4 winner for the Hawkeyes. Hackett picks up the strikeout to end the game, and Iowa wins it to improve to 12-6 on the season. Penn State drops to 5-12. We force the rubber match, the rubber game tomorrow, noon Central Time. That's first pitch. We'll be on the air at 11:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network as our pregame coverage will begin then. Iowa wins this one over Penn State 13-4. Nice complete performance. We're back with post-game coverage beginning after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Iowa takes care of Penn State today 13-4. A complete performance from the Hawkeyes this afternoon to even the series. We'll be back here tomorrow to wrap up the 3-game set with Penn State. Noon first pitch, 11:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Winner take all to clinch the series and get off to Big Ten play on the right foot with a good start as the weekend will continue tomorrow against Penn State. And the road trip right in the middle of it. Get ready for Michigan State the weekend after that. But a good win for Iowa today, 13-4. Iowa cranked out 19 hits, the most of the season against a D1 opponent today. Had one error in the field. Iowa did leave 13 on, so the Hawkeyes could have done even more damage, but we won't be greedy. We'll be happy with the 13-run output and the 19 hits that Iowa collected today. 4 runs for Penn State, only 2 hits. Iowa's pitching, when it was in the strike zone, was very good today. 2 errors by the Penn State defense, and the Nittany Lions left 8 on. Logan Rundy picked up the first win of his season. 6 innings for Logan, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks. He struck out 6, facing 23 batters and throwing 96 pitches. Logan now 1-0 on the season. Ben Hudson got the loss for Penn State. He dropped to 1-4 on the season. He lasted 4 2/3, gave up 12 hits, 7 runs. He had 4 strikeouts and 1 walk. Iowa had 3 home runs and 3 doubles each off of him, and also a triple. Iowa with several extra base hits today. As we look through the statistics from today's game, Joey Nerret led the way, 4 of 6 for Joey. With 2 doubles and a home run, he batted in 5 runs. Coach Sutherland's on his way to the press box to talk with us on the post-game show. We'll be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listen. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for nonstop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Iowa handles Penn State today 13-4 to knot up the series with the Nittany Lions, and the Hawkeyes will go for the series win tomorrow at noon. As we're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, that was more like it.
Yeah, really good bounce back, specifically offensively from yesterday, and a frustrating day yesterday. And we talked a little bit about, we really had the at-bats weren't horrible. We swung at the right pitches and things like that. We just didn't take advantage in counts that you need to take advantage of and do damage. And I thought that was the big difference today. We just did damage. We hit 3 homers, a bunch of doubles, some big 2-out hits. I think Joey might have had maybe 4 2-out RBIs himself. So that was really the name of the game. We just made him pay a little bit more with some damage, which was great to see. And we got a great start out of Logan.
Yeah, picked up his first win and was steady as they could come. It's the name of the game with him, isn't it?
Yeah, and he just controls the game. What you would expect from a guy in his 5th year in college. He just has control of the game, and really the only thing that got away from him a little bit was there in the 6th, and he did a great job of getting out of that. With the 1 run. So just really happy, needed that, after yesterday and not getting a great start yesterday. Logan to bounce back, give us a start. And then some stuff we really got to clean up after that. Tate gives us one good inning and then loses command. Obviously, and then didn't command it great, after that. And, just really frustrating. You have to use Joe in that spot. That's the thing that really bothers you today. You have a big lead, and then you have to go to the guy because things get a little hairy and you don't throw it over the plate. So that's the stuff that can really hurt you. It's kind of something that maybe doesn't get you today, but puts you in a tougher spot tomorrow. But we certainly have a lot of guys ready to go tomorrow with Maddox and Tyler and Kyle and guys ready to go. So we're still in a really good spot, but that part was frustrating. We got to be better than that. But overall, when you asked them to respond after a day that you didn't really like, where we played pretty poorly yesterday across the board, we played cleaner baseball, outside of the walks there late in the game, it was really good. So the response was great, and now you give yourself a chance to win a series on the road.
When it comes to Husak and his usage there at the end, I'm a little optimistic, Coach, he's going to be able to be on the board tomorrow because we went with Hackett. Maybe saved him a couple extra pitches. Am I
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you're trying to do is get him out of there without, what you don't want is all of a sudden it's a 10-pitch at bat or somebody gets on and all of a sudden that inning gets away from you. You get him at 12 pitches and I'll tell you that guy's going to want the ball tomorrow. Yeah. So, we'll be good in that regard. And again, you still have some guys, from the standpoint of Guerin and Olivo and Freeze and Ferguson, these guys that have been out there on weekends. So you still feel good, and Joe can still close a game if we need it. What you hope is that you kind of take that part out of it, and you do enough offensively and you put together good at-bats. So you're not in a spot that you need outs when the game's tight. But if you do, we'll be ready to go from that side of things. But going back to the offense, just looking at this, just some really big days. Even Joey had a big day, really happy for Brett White. He has a couple hits. Coop has 3 hits. Wolfie has 3 hits, kind of does what he does. Thought Riz's at-bats were really good. He's back and feeling good after the finger. Ben Swales had a really good day, some barrels there. So, just a lot better. Like I said, the damage was really important. We talked a little bit about that, today at breakfast is we have to hit some more homers, and we only have 10. And listen, we're not going to hit 100, but more to the, hey, when we get advantage counts, we got to do a better job. You know, it got into Joey a little bit after his first at-bat, and he gets 1-0, and then he gets out front and he hits a ball on the ground to the pull side. I said, hey, that cannot happen. You do that when you're battling your butt off with 2 strikes. We can't take 2-strike swings. And he responded great, you know, with a lot of damage after that, just really good at bats. I thought he made an adjustment, you know, kind of been in this chase mode a little bit here the last little bit, but really happy to see that from him. And again, just production. When you look at it, it's just everybody. There's production. When you looked at yesterday after the 3-hole, we had 2 hits and one was Kyle's pinch hit. You know, I mean, that's the stuff that you can't do. And you looked at Penn State's lineup and they had production. They had 6 hits after the 4-hole. And that's what you have to do to score runs is you need a long lineup. And today we had a long lineup. And you know, some guys stepped up like Brett, you know, getting a start, just had some really good at-bats. I think Bryce Phelps continues to have really good at-bats. You know, only had the 1 hit, but was constantly battling up there and had a couple walks. So just a lot of balance. That's what you want. And now we can't be the one day, hey, there's one good day out of the weekend. We got to answer back with another good one tomorrow.
More meat on the bone. Let's go take a bite.
Right. That's right.
Better bus. Let's go fire up that song, Coach.
A little bit better bus ride.
All right, Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Medler Field. All right, we're going to have to wrap things up here. Let's go through the highlights. Let's roll them. Mitchell swings and grounds one down the right field line all the way into the corner. Good start for the Hawkeyes. Mitchell's going to head for third. It'll be a leadoff triple for Gable Mitchell to get us started. That's a big walk drawn by Burt. Here's Ben Swales. He swings at the first pitch, sends one into right center field. It's down for a base hit. Cut off, not before it gets to the wall, though. They're going to wave Max Burt around third. Here comes Burt. He loses his lid, and he scores all the way from first as Ben Swales doubles to right center and gives Iowa a 2-0 lead. 1-0 to Wolf. Caleb hits in the air to right. Right fielder going back in front of the track, in front of the wall, leaps up, and it is gone. Caleb Wolf, moonshot home run to right. First home run of the season for Wolfie. It brings the Hawkeyes out of the dugout. 3-0 Iowa. 2 outs. First pitch to Nerret. Hit well to right field, carrying. Right fielder going back. Get going, baby, and it's long gone. Joey Nerret. Second, his first home run of the season, he got all of that one over the right field wall. 2-run shot, 5-1 Hawks. Did not need the wind's help on that one. Joey Schulte, the runner at first base with 2 outs. Pitch to White. Brett skies in the air to left center field. Mercado on the run. The ball is carrying deep to center, and it's over the wall. Brett White. He sent it out of here to left center. Another 2-run shot for the Hawkeyes, and for White, his second home run of the season. Touch 'em all for Brett White. It's 7-1. After a long pause from Bauerschmidt, he brings it home. Nerret sends on the ground into left field for a base hit. Here comes Mitchell. He'll score. Phelps headed for third. He's there. Throw coming into second. Joey Nerret's got another double. A hustle double for Nerret as he brings in another. 9-1 Hawks. Ball and 2 strikes. Hackett ready, feels it and deals it, and gets a swing and a miss from Barnett. Strike 3, and that'll do it. Iowa takes care of business today with a great response to even the series. A 13-4 winner for the Hawkeyes. We'll go for the series win tomorrow at noon. 11:30 we'll begin our pregame show on the Hawkeye Radio Network. We'd love to have you with us on Selection Sunday. As I start your wrap up your morning with us on the Hawkeye Radio Network, and then we'll bring you live play-by-play starting at noon of Iowa and Penn State. Winner takes the series. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Iowa 13, Penn State 4. For my great board op down the line, Derek, nice to work with you. Excellent job, Derek. Thank you very much. I'm John Leo saying so long from Medler Field at Lebrano Park in State College this evening. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details. Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy is proud to deliver affordable, reliable energy to you all season long. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.